What's up, YouTubers? I saw there was actually a lot of live streams going tonight, late ones too. So I don't know about you know, staying on because I know that there was a lot of them going on. So, you know, but I did want to stop in, say hello. I even saw that Prudently was up late and in the live stream. I haven't seen her here though for a while. You and your tomatoes. It's funny. I did check out Frank maybe for a little bit, and then saw a couple other people were actually live. But there's, a few people on live tonight. What was Frank talking about on his? He was playing something, saying that it sounded like a woman talking or something. I don't know what he was talking about. I guess I was a little late. No, wait a minute. Do. I'm all right. How are you, Mr. Rourke? What was he chatting about? Oh, keep waiting for you to talk to me actually live. Haha, it's so funny. I saw Prudently there. Mhm. People don't get notifications all the time for live streams, I noticed, you know? So what was he chatting about? Mhm. And Sharon was live, and I don't know, I think there was a couple other people live. You want to come up on the screen or no? Up to you, Forky. If it's even you. I'm only kidding. Ever since that freaking time, though, right? I Somebody else said they were doing a live stream tonight, but I think I might have missed it. I know I'm late. Oh, he walked his dog and played music. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was really hot out today. Too much so. I wish I had a pool. When I was growing up, I had a pool, in-ground pool. Not Ms. Pork. He said he's going to learn StreamYard. You mean Mr. Pork? Mr. Pork. Oh yeah, well he got 1,000 subscribers, so he could do it for free, right? Live stream for free. I think it's easier that way when you go through YouTube, isn't it? I don't know anything about it. Survivalist girl, me pork, me pork. You mean Mr. Pork? You keep getting the letter wrong. I know. I haven't seen Prudently in so long. Ah, Prudently. Oh, Frank Nitty, he was live, I guess. Or he still is, maybe. He's got that big dog. I posted the link in case anybody wants to come up. but I know it's late, so it might not be like, hi, Cheryl, how are you? There she is. Cheryl the enforcer. But if anybody wants to come up, you can. You guys gotta start playing trivia. Or somebody, where's that guy that used to ask the trivia questions from Bobo's channel? I haven't seen him there lately. Something about, oh, hi. Hi, Lee. What do you mean you got a book for single ladies? What does that mean, you got a book for single ladies? Oh, a book for single ladies. You're so funny. Uh, can't believe it. Is he still cranking the music? Lee Thomas. Lee, Cheryl. Yeah, New York City pizza sucks. Does it really? I've never had New York City pizza. I'm not big on like deep dish pizza. I like thin crust myself. Oh, for me the book is free. Ah, the ladies. Dun, 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 dun. I always like don't know what the next words are after I say all the ladies. Don't know if you guys have noticed that. And I don't know what the right. That's the trivia guy's name. Yeah, I know. Even that other one, I never know the words next to it. If you like it, then you better put a ring on it. If you like it, then that's all I know. Oh. I know that part. Hey, Ace, how are you? You only have to pay a small processing fee, along with shipping and handling. If sent from Russia, much more expensive. If Mr. Rook can provide free, then you should go through him. But I have book also for Russian single ladies. Good morning, Survivor Girl. Oh, I didn't have her down pat. See, if I don't say Nate or Bob for Ace, then I screw my accent up. Or it's her accent, sorry. uh, oh. Well, you have to like refresh to see if your comments still show up after you put it. But sometimes when I say hi, nobody says hi to me either in there. But Prudently was already gone by the time I came in, I think. Vladimir. That was Vlad Daddy to you. Did you see any comments to you from Lee Thomas and Nitty's room? Rourke, Rourke. I know. Why do you guys always leave me lonely on the piano? So mean. We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. I loved Elvis. So come on up and sing then, Vlad. I mean, I'm Mr. Rourke. Vlad could probably sing too, I'm sure. Sure, we could all sing all together. We should start a choir. Yeah. Oh, if I would. I would really like to know who that was, I'll tell you. Oh, hi, Zoofius, Angel of the Forest. Oh my god, my stomach is rumbling. I should have eaten something, huh? I told you guys I put the. I'm glad to see you, Zoofius. If I'm saying that right, I don't even think I am. I think I should just call you Z. That'd be easier for me. Oh, 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 oh. Oh my God. She's so funny. And I appreciate you stopping in, Angel. Z Angel. Z Angel. Wonder where our spaceman is tonight, too, right? Oh God, here he goes again with his can't go on with suspicious mind. Yeah, let's start a chorus, choir, chorus. What do you guys want to call it? Mr. Rourke, good evening. The Ace doesn't talk like that, but I just kind of pictured it as that way. I loved Elvis too. Spaceman will land at some point if you wait long enough for him. Oh, hi, Mark Kropka. How are you? First time here. Same for Zufia or Z. Be good. Why, where you going? Rourke. You mean good. Be good. Hmm. Tiring. It was a tiring day. Tiring for me too. All right, Vlad. If Mr. Rourke isn't going to come up, then you come up. You like to come up on the stream and talk. Come on now. Yeah, Mark, how are you? Zoof, how are you? Gonna make 60 names for Zoofius. Am I saying that right? Zoofius? Am I saying that right? I know, Mark. When are you gonna get up on the Bobbles panel with Ablavi? Ablavi was nice to him. Oh, hi, Zombie Queen. How are you doing? A front runner for Saturday night. Oh, are they doing that thing Saturday night with the win a date with Ablavi? But I think you gotta like fly to New York City. You know, we really don't know many people in New York, actually. I'm okay, I guess. Yes, they are. Oh, for Saturday night. See, I had already forgotten what I said. God dang, I got short-term memory loss or some shit. What's going on with Tucker? All right. So, somebody get up on this live stream with me. Somebody that doesn't have their family jewels out. You guys missed that one, huh? Some of you did. It wasn't fun. Minnie, you missed it. You missed the mini. That's right. It wasn't exactly a mini. I mean, I've seen worse, I should say. Somebody came on Minnie and they flashed us. Not tonight, though. They cloned Mr. Rourke. Came on. Yeah, get up there, comrade. You did miss it. You missed it. Good comrade. I know, get up here and tell us about your neighbor. Wish I had weed. I'm out of weed. Just saying. Just saying. Minnie, have you saved any animals lately? Lad loves animals too. Yeah, Rourke, did you see Lee Thomas's comments? Why would they block you, Lee? You never do anything mean. That's weird. They did say it was Mr. Rourke, but he was in the live stream at the same time, so, you know, which was good because at least I know he doesn't have two devices. At least I don't think he does. Um, oh, you saved two lizards today, huh? That's what I was going to call my live stream. I was going to call Late Night Lizard Lot Lizard. Late Night Lot Lizard live stream. That's what I was going to call it. But then I said, yeah. That's so weird. I missed it. Thanks, Spirit, for that. You didn't miss it, Ace. Weren't you here? I thought you were here for that. I was pretty sure. That's what I was going to put. He only has like one mod, doesn't he, over there? I think it's kind of, maybe Mr. Work just wasn't looking. Oh. Ha, Vlad. You are so funny. I hope. My hair. Did you guys hear my stomach just then? Yeah, did you like sing about oh yeah, that's right, Ace. Yeah, yeah. You were at Bobbles. And not here. Just kidding. Just kidding. Who's Lewis? Who's Lewis? Is there a Lewis here? I can't believe you guys are gonna just leave me lonely on my channel. Can't even believe it. I want to know who Lewis is. Oh, Cheryl. What is wrong with me? No, really, what is wrong with me? I came over with you. We did a raid. No, sir. You just said you weren't here. That was last night. Kidding. I know. I realized it now. I don't even know what the hell is wrong with my memory, right? Ah, jeez, oh, Pete. Got some issues. Rourke, Vlad, anybody come up on the screen? Mm-hmm. How about you, Lee Thomas? How about you, Zombie Queen? How about you guys? Daryl, Ace. Oh, I'm sorry, I only the last name. No, you didn't offend. I just couldn't. More coffee. Because you're gonna get up on the screen. Um, well, you were lucky not to be here for that. Actually, I think I would be shocked if I was in. Let's see, this time you form palm hug. Hey, you're so funny. Rourke. I know. No, Bob, I only have one phone and I got puppies. Oh, alright. Alright. So, who's gonna come up then? You get somebody to come up and then I can interrogate them. Yes, you can call her Cheryl. I know long names sometimes, right? So is that I checked out the channel mini that you sent me, and that's mini you, right? Mini monster, mini, right? He changed his channel. He's probably taller than you by now, right? They grow so fast. 10 people, only 2 likes. Come on, people, likes help. Yeah. Am I the first one who ever called you Ace? Ace. Oh, lots of shooting in Detroit last weekend? Really? Wow. Yeah, I think I saw that on the news. Who's it? You're afraid of her seeing me and asking questions. I mean, you're afraid of Lucas Shorty's on Bethany. Aw, that's nice. I like Luca. I like that name. But you don't have Minnie there. What do you mean seeing her? Seeing, what are you talking about? Rourke, you're afraid of seeing. I'm gonna ask you questions. She's not even here. How could she ask you questions? God, paranoid much? Hey, hiding out. Silly. Only one on my way, and that's me. Please put thumbs up for Survivor Girl. So what does that mean? That you're never gonna come up on the channel anymore? I mean, seriously? Seriously, Mark? It's the Saturday night special. How's it go? No, I got that wrong. Totally got the wrong tune there. Alright, I need company. Vlad, come up and tell us about your neighbor. I have neighbor. And he plays loud music and chases ducks with stick, slashes tires, too. Isn't that crazy? Who the hell does shit like that? That's so mean. Although I do know people who do stuff like that. I know. What does ATM mean? Oh, at the moment. Yeah, let's hear about the neighbor. Otis is the cat, Minnie. Yeah, let's hear about the neighbor, Vlad. Oh, you do? Yeesh. Oh, okay, at the moment. Is he still playing music? Oh, yeah, Otis the dog. Vladimir, he feeds the ducks. Oh, and that woman has two more horses. Oh my God, that's crazy. He's still playing the music. That guy's crazy. Well, come up and tell us about it. He's yeah, step up to him. Oh, I know, right? That's terrible. Gotta keep an eye on him. Spaceman feeds the magpies too. So what did everybody do today? Anything good? And what kind of music does he? Oh, the French music you said? Education. I wonder why they speak French in Haiti. Has anybody been over to any other channels lately? Anything good going on? Oh, yeah. Did you see Cheryl's puppy face? My God, her puppy. I don't know if he's a puppy, but he's small. And, oh, God. He looks like he just walked off a calendar. So cute. So cute. His problems are only now going to begin. His problems are only now going to begin. Mark my words. He hasn't a clue what Vlad can do. A 2 mile walk? Wow. That what 2K is? Oh, what's the over here? That K is. Don't we say, don't we call miles K? K? I always wonder if like Spanish people that live down south are like Mita, K Mame, K Paso. Well, Vlad, why don't you come up and tell us about it? No? Ah, you guys are leaving me lonely. Hmm. Was good. Just sent him lunch and going to sleep now. Keeps you busy. Nothing. They're all at either Sharon V's live stream or Frank Nitty's, or I heard that that guy Lego, whoever it is, that, Barbara's had on her stream, that he was doing a live stream. And I don't know who else was doing live stream. But Cheryl had like 40 people over at hers. Everyone is waiting for you to get on the piano. I don't care who comes on the piano. I would take the frickin' the Berber guy now, because I'm just saying, at least you get on the piano. Just saying. Hard having conversations with myself. Not that I'm having a conversation with myself. It's just that when you don't hear anybody talking back to you, it's like feels like you're having a conversation. That's all everyone is typing. Oh, Mr. Pork, please go on piano. That. Hopefully in 2 weeks there is a record convention. Might get a booth till damn COVID killing thing. What do you mean a record convention? Oh, you mean like records? I thought you meant like a convention that was like gonna break all the records. Oh, last night, yeah, and you may not be seeing it though, for sometimes chat's funny like that. That's what they were saying in Bibles last night. They wanted Rourke to get on the channel because she said she was gonna go easy on him if he did, but now he won't because he thinks that she's gonna show up and question him. So she said she was gonna hunt him down. Zombie. Oh no, she's dead. No, yeah. Lee, I freaking, when I lived in England, I wanted, music, from America so bad because I was, whatever. I was 16. So I had gotten this album. Somebody had given it to me, and it was Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? But it was studio copy only, not for resale. And I traded it for frickin' Diver Down Van Halen. And my God, you guys. And I saw the same album with the same thing on it saying not for resale, studio copy only. And it was like $5,000 or something, a couple of thousand. I don't know where Lemon is tonight. Lemon. Lemon was there. I tried to find Spaceman Austin's channel is under that name, as I couldn't find his avatar. If anyone knows, but I will find it. And I'll drop the link. It was pouring out a little while ago. Not like it helped the freaking heat though. Yeah. I texted him earlier when I discovered my tires flashed, but he didn't answer. Alright, this is better be really Mr. Rourke. Oh my God. It is. My God. Right? It is.
Flash me.
Flash you. Flesh you? You mean flesh? Oh, you
Hello?
stole the Beach Boys LP for $90. Can you hear me?
Are you fine? How are you?
I'm alright. I guess. Oh, he's still wondering if you freaking shit. Let's drill down on what? Drill
The
down
last
on that.
flashed?
What are they gonna drill down on?
I don't know. It
Me
says
neither.
for slashed.
Oh yeah, that neighbor that's mad I feed the duck. Can you believe that?
Oh, that's what's going on?
Yeah, he's mad that he feeds the duck. So he freaking slashed his tires.
You know why he's probably mad is because the duck shit everywhere.
Yeah, but Vlad rinses the sidewalk down a couple of times a day.
Ducks are funny. They always come at you and they're quacking.
They're quacking. I would never eat duck. Oh, he has over 400 LPs. Yeah, and he feeds he has 5 cats, but he feeds the stray cat.
Lee Thomas,
And
DJ.
Lee Thomas, yeah. But now DJs are all with the freaking computer. Remember they used to like struggle bringing in all their shit, and now it's like basically just on the computer. All sex songs. That's madness. Wow, sorry to hear that. They are not cheap. No, no, they're not. Tires, new tires. Ugh, that's so fucked up.
It
You ever
feels
have your
good
tires
when
slashed?
no. It feels good when you feed animals.
Yeah, it does. Do you have any animals, Mr. Walk?
Nope. I used to
Hmm.
have chickens. I had rabbits. Had dogs.
Chickens.
Yep.
Did you see me dressed like a chicken in my pictures?
You were what was it called? Uh, it's a real. It's called a silky chicken. And they got real soft feathers.
Yep, that's me.
Yep.
Silky. That's what they call me on the streets.
No, on the street they call you Trade Dog.
Stray dog. Only when it depends on what street. Silky on the well, no, not what street. Depends on what role I'm playing.
Hmm. I'm
If
looking
I'm
for
dressed
Trade
in
Dog.
my platforms and you know, like huggy.
You're doing your stroll.
Well, no, not with platforms on. Platforms is when I'm Trey Dog, but
Your,
silky is when I'm wearing my stilettos.
your stilettos.
Yes, my stilettos.
Bring out Silky.
Oh, your mother stole the record. And then Vlad said, my wife said to me, fuck that. And that is the second time I've heard her cuss and don't wash the sidewalk anymore. And she said, feed all the ducks and birds starting tomorrow. That's funny. Feed all the ducks and birds starting tomorrow. Fucking, you got a whole like flock all over your geese. They shit the biggest. We're pretty lucky that geese don't shit from the air.
How do you know that?
Well, because I've never seen goose shit from the air.
So when they're flying around, they hope they can hold it the whole time.
I believe so. I mean, yeah, but look at like birds when they shit, right? Like I know that a goose is a bird, but what I'm saying is look at that, like their bird shit is gross enough as it is, right? And then goose is kind of like a mini turd. I've got feed. I buy it by the 50-pound bag. Was that? Was okay. She was. They meant a lot to my dad, so definitely a bummer. And he also has 50 pounds of raw in the shell peanuts for the squirrels. Ah, so they sit there and like throw the. Do they eat the whole peanut shell? I got hooked on peanuts for a while. Roasted peanuts in the shell.
They're okay. I like pistachios.
Pistachios are good too. I think I even have a bag of pistachios somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. The ones that aren't open though, those are a real freaking bitch to open. I had a boss one time that told me he saves all those for his brother because his brother loves pistachios. So whenever like his brother would come to visit, there'd be a bowl of pistachios on the table, but they were all the ones that were like closed. And his brother would be there trying to open them.
You'd have to bite them to crack them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Usually those type of peanuts are used to boil. I know they don't eat the shell. Are used to boil? Boil what? Bird shit eats car paint finish, but I don't feed them near cars, and we don't have that issue with that. They would be collectibles records now. Yeah, I'm sure they would be. Just gotta find somebody with a record player, right?
They sell record players in the Somerset Mall, but they're way overpriced. There's a record store in there.
Really?
Yeah,
Imagine all the shit that we had and freaking got rid of. You know, even Stretch Armstrong. Remember Stretch Armstrong?
that
Booked
little toy.
peanuts. What's booked peanuts? Oh, boiled peanuts. Boiled peanuts? I wouldn't like that. I have 2 crows and 7 magpies that come every day. Satisfied birds. Just kidding.
Is that Ace?
Yes, it is satisfied bird. Get it? Ha ha ha. I have some worth cash, hard to part with. Yup. What do you got? What do you collect? Rourke.
Um, you ever heard of a Honda 250R?
Is it a car?
It's a four wheeler.
Okay.
Got
That's
like
what you
six.
collect?
What's that?
That's what you collect?
That's what I did. I still have them. I got six. I think it's six 250Rs and a 450R.
Well, isn't one just like the other?
Uh,
I mean,
no,
not the 250Rs and the 450R, but I mean the 250Rs, you know?
they're different years,
Oh, okay.
and the 450R is a four stroke, where the 250Rs are all two strokes. This 450R is a badass machine, man. It's got so much low end.
I don't know what 2-stroke and 4-stroke mean.
That's what the movement of the pistons. And what do you?
You're funny. I know what a piston is because I remember in shop class, auto mech, but I don't know like exactly what they do.
And then one of them, the two strokes, you mix the gas and oil, and on the four stroke, it's just straight gas, and then you have your own compartment for the oil. You just put
Okay,
like engine oil in it.
gotcha. uh, Vlad says he has a crow that lands on him from time to time. Did you know that crows are the smartest animals?
Yeah, the crows are a very smart bird. They got a good memory. Uh, they have a like. If you go out there and shoo them away, they'll remember that. If you go out there and feed them, they'll remember that too.
Yeah, they remember faces for like 2 years, but then if they follow you around, then it's just another 2 years. So they could remember you forever. I always wanted to have a pet crow so I could like teach him to peck people's eyes out. Because what I would do is I would like wear like a mask that looked like the person, and then, but I really wouldn't be mean to my crow. So I guess I really couldn't teach it to attack the person, could I?
I think a hummingbird feeder would be cool.
So you're saying I should get a hummingbird to attack people? Sweetie Pie comes inside. That's her crow. And 2-stroke combustion happens on the second stroke, and a 4-stroke does 4. Huh. I go, huh, like I know what it means. Vlad's crow, he lands on his truck when I get back from the store. Then he'll fly over to my yard and wait for me to feed him. Wow, beautiful, Vladimir. They're strong in the spiritual realm. Lee says he listens to a lot of R&B and soul. Love my metal also at times. Lee, that little like clipping of that film that you sent, was that like a concert or something that you were in? I mean, not in, but at. It was in Detroit. I think it was Detroit Rock City. Is Kiss from Detroit, or did they just sing that?
No, they're not from Detroit.
Why would they even sing Detroit Rock City then? What was
Detroit
that
was.
movie where they wanted to go to the Kiss concert?
I don't
Wasn't it
know.
Detroit Rock City?
Was it Wayne and Garth?
No. What was it called? Was it called Detroit Rock City? And they were like getting tickets to freaking go to the concert. And I think um Matthew McConaughey was in it, and he kept saying, "All right, all right, all right." Yeah, I always wonder if him showing up is an omen. I'll be dying later that day or some shit. Nice. Yes, it was at a park. Lee, nice. I like all types of music, just depends on the mood. Rourke's favorite song is Turn Off the Light and Light a Candle. I wash your body, you wash mine. Ooh, turn off the light.
Take oil, rub it on my body.
Is that what he said?
Hmm.
I think he does. Doesn't he say something like that? I'll rub you down.
You take hot
Rub
oil,
me.
I'll
What kind
rub
of
it on
oil?
your body. You'll rub it on mine.
Eucalyptus oil. Vlad says, and they are talkers too. They'll call back and forth with you. Ah, he caws at them. Caw, caw.
So what does he taught these girls how to do? Are they trained for anything?
They pick locks.
They pick locks.
My crows are gonna pick locks instead of pecking people's eyes out. I think it's probably better if they don't peck people's eyes out.
What did the crow do in the movie The Crow?
Was there even a crow in the movie The Crow? And Dazed and Confused. That is the movie. Dazed and Confused. All
Yeah,
right, all right, all right.
got some trivia in
Sometimes when
here.
I pull up, he'll be up high in the banyan tree and caw out, and I'll answer then, and he'll swoop down to the truck, then follow me. Follow you where? Vladimir, yes. I call mine from the outside, and they come down. They know my car and walk around the block with me. I want a crow. I want crows that do that.
Yeah, I've never seen it. They have to video that.
I was at a party one time, and a guy called a bird right down from the sky. Some African guy came right out of the sky and landed in his hand. It wasn't a crow. It was a little bird, like a sparrow or something. And frickin' sat in his hand for a little while so we could all pet it. And then he just, put it down on the ground and then it flew away. Right
Neat.
out of the sky. Amazing. I remember a few years ago, I came outside to my motorcycle. I had, at the time, a '03 Yamaha R1, and I counted 7 crows on it. you imagine you driving down the street on a motorcycle with a bunch of crows on you, like a scarecrow? Dun, 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 dun. But you know what? I always thought like scarecrows probably really don't even work to get rid of crows because if they remember people's faces for, you know, for 2 years, and they probably know that the scarecrow doesn't do anything, and they're probably like, this guy never moves. We can go there.
I think it's just funny just to look at a scarecrow.
I've never really seen one like out in a field or anything. Do they really use them?
What you do is you put a scarecrow right next to your door, so when people come up to the door, they think it's somebody there.
Why would I do that? Hmm?
Well, you wouldn't do that. I would do that.
You would. Needless to say, I paid a little more attention to my ride that night. Oh, see, but Ace says that they're like a bird of protection, but Vlad still thinks that perhaps if there were 7 of them, that he might have had 7 more chances of dying. I myself, I don't know if you guys noticed how many crows would come around the hospital when when I was getting chemo. So if that's the case, then I'm doomed.
Shall I step outside and see if there are any crows out there?
Oh, it's
Are they
nighttime.
are they just a daytime bird?
I think so. I never heard them outside during the night. 7 crows, please. Look up number 7 in crows, the meaning, and start your seat. Oh, you'll start to see a connection. Latimer, my ducks and squirrels will come inside my enclosed porch. Lord, 7 is an angel number. My mother was going to name me 7. I'm sorry. Remember that on Seinfeld? Or was it Seinfeld? The name 7? I don't know. I had squirrels come in the house one time, but not here. When I was younger, they would eat right out of my hands. Squirrels. I like squirrels.
You like squirrels?
Mm-hmm. I would like a pet squirrel. Latimer, have you seen the squirrel that I gave watermelon to? So sweet. I had 2 squirrels in my house. They were up on the freaking drapes and shit on the curtains. My mother was not happy. She comes out, she gets up, and there's 2 freaking squirrels swinging. All I know is that I've been blessed and never realized it with an ability to get close to all kinds of animals, even ones deemed dangerous. I appreciate this ability now in my life more than ever. I saw a bear in real life.
A bear?
Yeah, I think the bears would like me.
Was it JC Bear?
No, it makes me feel better about the evil I have done. That's scary. Freaking Sharon V with 42 people in her room, huh? 42 people. Did you go over there at all, Rourke?
Where?
Sharon?
No,
No. You ever go in
no,
there?
no.
Mm. She
I
made a
watched it.
video. Hmm?
I watched. I watched it a few times. I've seen her flip her hair, and um, I have been over there in the beginning.
In the beginning,
In the beginning.
I never can remember what the rest of that is from Motley Crue. Shout at the Devil. Remember that?
That was a good album.
It was a good album. The whole album was good. That's how it was back then when we were younger. Remember? The whole like album was good. And the whole like tape was good, like Rat and Judas Priest, Turbo. Remember Judas Priest, Turbo?
Judas Priest. Yeah. I liked one song of theirs, but that was part of like the only song I ever liked of theirs, and that was that real popular song that they had.
Turbo Lover.
Yeah, Turbo Lover.
They had lots of real popular songs. They had Breaking the Law, Breaking the Law. But Beavis and Butthead, so washing the dog, washing the dog. Yeah, the dog in the washing machine. You don't remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Docking. They're good.
They did frog baseball for their first episode ever.
They were hitting frogs with a bat.
Yeah,
I don't like frogs, but I'm glad I didn't see that one. I'm not a big frog fan. You guys know that though. I don't like frogs or snakes. I don't like spiders and snakes. Is that the song? It was
is that
Docking,
Doc?
break, breaking the chain. See, I keep thinking about Judas Priest. Their song changed.
I can't remember no Dawkins songs.
Docking was, oh my God. See, now I keep thinking about Crocus. Screaming in the night, fighting for my life. I remember that one? Dawkins sang. Oh my God. Mm. Did I see Dawkins? No, I saw Tesla. They were
I
good.
remember,
Huh?
I remember Queensrÿche.
I didn't see Queens like, but and you don't hear about them anymore.
They had
Queens
a
like,
different style. They had a different style.
yeah, they did that one slow song that I remember. I've seen them in Judas Priest. I've seen pretty much every metal band that's worth seeing. That is back when they were in their prime. Judas Priest was good. Fucking Judas Priest, good band. I like Victim of Changes and Out in the Cold and frickin' the whole tape of Turbo is good. Twisted Sister, I saw them. Didn't I see them? Who did I see Twisted Sister with? I cannot remember. But I saw Love. My first concert was Loverboy and Quiet Riot.
I
Oh,
seen.
Silent Lucidity. That's what it was. Silent Lucidity for Queensryche.
Yep, that was your song.
Yeah. I
I
saw
seen.
Metallica. Suicidal Tendencies. Um,
Do you remember one?
was that Metallica?
Yeah,
No. I do. Like I think about it in my head, but I can't think of the song. I saw Twisted Sister opening for Dio. I like Ronnie James Dio. You remember the other band that he was with? And not Black Sabbath. I think,
Scorpions. Was he
huh?
in the, was he in the Scorpions?
No, no. He was with, wasn't he with Rainbow? I went to AC/DC and Pink Floyd, and I saw Bon Jovi. I saw Dave Matthews right up close on the stage. Like, not on the stage, but very close. Yep, Rainbow.
I remember Bon Jovi was huge on MTV.
I like freaking Bon Jovi. I still like Bon Jovi. one from Metallica from the Injustice for All album, their only album without any bass or bass player. I liked Seek and Destroy from Metallica.
I like
I like, huh?
Short of straw,
A Straw?
short of straw.
Never heard that one. Is that the album it's on?
It's a song on one of the albums.
Yeah, I don't know that one. See, I just like that one, and I wouldn't normally go to, like Metallica. I like Metallica, but just that couple of songs. Seek and
I think.
Destroy. Yeah, Kill 'Em All. That's what it was on.
Do you remember Bread
Probably.
Fan?
Who?
Bread Fan?
Red Fan?
No, Bread Fan.
Mm-mm. Oh, Bread?
Yeah, Bread Fan. It was. I believe it was in the garage days.
Never heard of them. I mean, I've heard of Bread, but not Bread Fan.
Yeah, Bread Fan by Metallica, and they had an album called Garage Days.
No, I never heard that one. I
That's a
always
good.
wanted to see Rage Against the Machine.
I heard that they had the roughest pit.
I'm sure. Although I would think Pantera would. I used to like, believe it or not, being in like, that kind of shit, but not because it used to be different, like it was not so violent. I saw Slipknot. They were good.
I was in the pit at State Theater for Alice in Chains. I
Oh,
got
you
to go
saw
up.
Alice in Chains?
Yeah, I got to go up on stage a few times.
Did ya?
I got to crowd surf.
I don't think I would crowd surf, but I would like to see Alice in Chains. That's some really good guitar playing. I watched that documentary about the guy that died from them.
The
Did you see
singer,
that? Huh?
the singer.
Was it the singer? He was all fucked up on drugs.
Yeah.
That's sad.
His name was
Um,
Lane Stanley.
yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, I didn't realize, poor guy. Like, I think when you get that much money, there's like no end to in the, no light at the end of the tunnel. Just like, Kurt Cobain.
Did you ever listen to Ministry?
Ministry, is that a band?
Yeah.
Nope. Nope. Frank Zappa, one of the best shows. We were just talking about Frank Zappa the other night. Love Black Sabbath. We grew up on Ozzy. Love Alice in Chains. Ramstein. I never heard of Ramstein.
They're European.
Oh, they are. Never heard
Yeah.
of them. Are they like real heavy or what?
Uh, it's kind of like almost mm, like almost like typo negative, maybe. I don't know. You would have to ask the chatter what they think of Ramstein.
He says he's going to see him. We grew up with reggae and Michael Jackson. Oh, German metal industrial. I saw a documentary on like some German band, and they actually had like a real like dead person on the stage or something, and the guy got in a lot of trouble. I don't know, like it was weird. Nectar Kraut Rock.
Who?
I don't know if that's what it's called. I like Bob Marley. I saw Ziggy Marley
My
with
dentist.
NXS.
My dentist will jam Bob Marley in his office.
Oh, that's cool. I like it when your dentist plays good music. My old dentist used to do that. I'm not real like heavy like that. Like what do they call it? Speed metal. He said it's good. That's all that matters. Oh, it's a band called Nectar. And Excess was good. Pretty sad that guy died.
I'm pretty sure I seen them at the Palace.
I've never heard of the song called Du Hast. Have you?
A song called what?
Du Hast?
Du Hast? No.
Mm-mm. Is the band Nectar? Is that the band that had the dead body on the stage? Lee? Loverboy. I love Loverboy. I
Seen
saw
Lover
38
Boy.
Special. Huh?
Seen Lover Boy in 38 Special.
If you've seen the movie XXX, they are the band that plays in it. Nope. Never heard that. Never heard that movie. I saw Kiss. David
Saw
Lee Roth.
Guns N' Roses and Aerosmith.
I saw Guns N' Roses and Aerosmith a couple of times. I saw Aerosmith a couple of times. Oh, Triple X with Vin Diesel. No, I never saw that. Oh, they're like Pink Floyd. Saw Pink Floyd when they had the flying pig in the concert or whatever it was. They're all right. I mean, I'll tell you though, I think the worst one I ever saw was Counting Crows.
Counting
I saw
Crows.
yeah, Counting Crows. They were like counting sheep. Plus, people were complaining, like, 'cause we smoked weed, and they like actually complained. I saw Guns N' Roses with I think it was with Slaughter. Who's the one that Rudy Zarzo played? Oh, White Snake. I
Oh,
saw
White Snake.
them. Pretty sure I saw Great White too.
Saw Run DMC without J Master J.
Did you? You saw Run DMC?
Yeah.
I always wanted to see the Beastie Boys too.
What's your favorite song of theirs?
I don't know. I like No Sleep Till Brooklyn.
I like Girls Are Brass Monkey.
Yeah, I like Brass Monkey too. They're timeless. Beastie Boys. Like, I mean, I think anybody would like Beastie Boys. Suicidal Tendencies. I was in that riot that happened at the Metallica and Guns N' Roses concert in Montreal back in the late 80s. It was all over the news. Well,
You,
around here is where, oh, it was Skid Row. I was thinking of Skid Row for some reason. But with Skid Row, remember he threw a bottle out in the audience and it hit the girl in the face?
yeah,
That was here.
really?
Hmm.
I used to like 18 for Life or 18 in
Yeah.
Life.
Yeah, I remember that one. What else did they do? Youth Gone Wild, they did. And with Suicidal Tendencies, I liked that
Saw your
song.
mother and your mother's dead.
Is that what they sing?
Yeah,
I like that song, Nobody Hears. You know the one that I'm talking about?
no, that's the only song I knew of theirs. I was down in Texas and one of my cousins introduced me to Suicidal Tendencies, and I really didn't like it.
That's sweet that your sister dedicated a song to you from Guns N' Roses. Yes. Skid Row sucked just as bad as Cinderella. I didn't think Cinderella sucked. I liked Cinderella.
What songs did they sing?
They said like shake me all night. They said shake
Yeah,
me, shake it, don't break it, baby, shake me.
he had a
And he
couple.
hated Poison, but I loved Poison.
Poison had a couple good songs. The girls love Poison.
Yeah, I loved Poison. That video of I Won't Forget You, they filmed that. Like the ones that the parts of the video that are outside, like in concert, that's not here. But the ones that are inside with like all the kids running down the stairs and everything, that was in the Springfield Civic Center. I never heard of Lords of Acid, but I did see Rat and Poison, and I think I saw Hi Kai Bear. Oh yeah, Nobody's Fool. That was a good one by Cinderella. I do know. I do know.
Thank you, Bub.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob. You know who I'm talking about.
I'll be a good ace.
No need for spankings, Glad Daddy. How are you doing, Kai Bear? Were you at Bobo's last night? I don't know if I remember seeing you at Bobo's last night. Last night was a wreck at Bobo's, huh? Rourke.
Uh, you know, I you never know what you're gonna get when when two people are talking. I think what a lot of what was going on was she had read some comments and he went ahead and said something, then it hit a nerve and set her off.
Well, oh, you're going, Lee. Lee says, night people, maybe tomorrow talk more. Be well, all. Thank you, Lee,
Good
for
night, Lee.
stopping in. And you be well as well. Oh, yeah, Vlad says, later, Lee. Hey Bear said, what happened? Well, I guess she had gotten some, like, nasty comments. I didn't see any nasty comments, but maybe they were, like, at the beginning of the stream, or were they in the comments on one of her videos? I'm not sure. Then she had Tommy Highway on her panel, and Blavy and him seemed to be like, hitting it off, you know?
Yeah, he passed the first part of the test, and
Yeah,
he just kind of probably shouldn't have said honey.
yeah.
Maybe shouldn't have said that he had a book.
That he had a book. Shouldn't have said that he had a book. I
He
think,
should,
I think when somebody like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Tommy and I like Bobbles, but I think, yeah, when you say honey too much, then it's like, I don't know, it's a term of endearment sometimes, and then sometimes it's, you know, but I don't think that was what said. I think they were, not upset with that, but
you know, I think they got into a bit of an argument, and it got a little out of proportion. He was somebody said that he drank a quart, but I thought it was only a pint.
yeah,
And
it looked only a pint to me.
uh and she was like, well, he should have handled his buzz, but I don't know.
I think it was like a big misunderstanding, Kai. Like I think, like somebody was in the room, like called Howard, and he was saying some stuff. But he's always been nice over here, that coward. And I heard that he was always nice over there, but he was kind of not, you know, I don't know. He was saying some things, and then so every
Actually,
time, huh?
he was from Michigan too. I remember him saying that he went to school in Michigan for a while, then he went to New York somewhere.
Yeah, he's not a bad person. That coward strikes back. He seems nice, but um, he was saying a couple of things like last night that weren't good.
I remember somebody saying you gotta have thick skin. It's good
That's
advice.
true. That's true. Somebody did say that. And yeah, you're right. That coward was saying some nasty stuff. Yeah, he was, a little bit out of line there. And then every time, like when she would yell at that guy, Howard said, but I think Tommy kept thinking she was calling him coward, and it just got really out of hand. I was shocked. I like, got out of the live stream for a little while, and when I came back, I was like, oh no. Yeah. I was watching Sharon's video today, and you know how they were talking about when she makes the call in the morning,
Call for
like rehab or something, and
oh
then they say, "Oh, there's no bed," and oh, Tommy, yeah, you found him a bit much. There was a bit of a mix-up, I think. Yeah, maybe like when he's on here, he's fine, but and he was fine on there too. But you never know, like as it progresses, maybe. But like I said, I had left the live stream, so I really wasn't, you know, I did hear about like something about the book, and then I didn't know it was gonna like excel that far. But what was I just saying? Oh, about making a call to rehab to see if she could get in each day. And then today she had a video up. So I got up this morning, made the call again, you know. I'm like, I don't know, like, would it take that long to get into rehab? I mean, is that normal?
I don't know.
Or
You got me on that one. That's not a question work knows about.
it's just like, I mean, it seems like if rehabs really do that to people and make them wait that long, then that's pretty dangerous, kind of, for rehabs to do that. If somebody is, ready to go into rehab, you would think they would take them right away because it's not like every day that somebody wants to, go into rehab. So you would think that a rehab would recognize that and say, okay, and have a room. I mean,
I have no idea what goes on with the rehab center, any of that, as far as openings.
yeah, I don't either. I just know around here they don't allow people to smoke cigarettes in them. Not that I've ever been, but I know that my friend's sister, she's gone a couple of times, and every time, she says, but I haven't seen them in years, so I don't know if it worked, but who knows? I don't know if she really wanted to quit. Oh, she doesn't use that? The boxing? I've seen people on that too. They kind of look a little doped up on that too. I don't know. Maybe she's afraid like her channel won't stay the way it is or whatever. I don't even know how long people go to rehab, so how long it would be that they would be without sharing channel.
It seems like once you got on your Suboxone, that what would the point of staying in rehab? You know, what's the point of staying in rehab? Because you might as well get back on the street and get back to your life and start getting some money in rehab. All you're doing is hanging out, and then you're going to be on. Well, what's going to happen is she's going to be hooked on Suboxone, uh, and
Yeah, that's
most
what happens.
she's just switching one thing for the other thing. But most people, if they were going to get off of it, they would probably wean themselves off of Suboxone before they got addicted to the Suboxone.
I just
And
don't even know why these like rehabs like kind of replace the stuff with something else. Like, the other thing too. What's the other thing? Begins with an M.
oh yeah, methadone.
Yeah, methadone. Yeah, that's what it is.
It's all about making money, and these people, they get themselves in a position where that they can't go a day without dope because they'll start feeling sick, and if you know they're at the mercy of, hey, if they got the money, they can either get their dope or they can go ahead and try to quit and go to rehab. For some of them, it's easier just to keep getting their dope, especially if you've been doing it for 25 years. But
Plus,
what
it's
what
just the
happens
same thing, right? With the methadone and the Suboxone, it's all just to make them feel better, but to still keep them hooked on something, really.
after that long? You would think, of course, you're gonna be like, it's time to quit doing drugs, and like your body can't take it no more. But that's kind of easier said than done, because that's a hell of a tolerance to have, and she's gonna have a hard time when she gets off that after getting physically through the with. Well, actually, she won't have to because of the Suboxone, and that's why she wants to go to the rehab, so it's all she's all supervised, and she don't have to have like a where I don't know. Like I said, I've never I don't know nothing about the rehab, but I wish her luck, because I mean, I don't have nothing against Sharon. I don't know Sharon, but are you still there?
Sorry about that. I muted myself by accident. I didn't know that. There I was talking away.
You weren't talking away. I was the one talking away.
No, I was. I was saying that I've always liked Sharon, when she was on, Tom's and everything. And I feel like she was not doing like drugs as much as she is. I don't know if she is. I'm not saying that she is. I'm just saying what people are saying. But she seemed straighter in the videos before.
I always
Mm.
thought she seemed appreciative for receiving gifts. It seemed like she got a little spoiled.
Yeah, I was a little surprised at the gloating and shit. That surprised me. Her, her attitude about it, enlisting that shit, like, that she got with the money and everything. I didn't look at the thumbnail that you're talking about, but I remember, like hearing a bunch of shit. Never been on methadone, but that's better than, hopefully, better than, hopefully. I don't know. I was like a little surprised that like during the COVID, like a lot of places were closed, but if you happen to be driving past the methadone clinic that was downtown, they were all right, Kai, see you later. Thank you for stopping in.
See you
But yeah,
later.
like there would be like this line outside of the methadone clinic, and it was like, well, so they're still, you know what I mean? Like hospitals, doctors' offices, schools, libraries, they were all closed, but they were freaking, that shit was open. And then they opened up the health, the health clubs, the gyms, but still not the libraries and shit like that.
I was told methadone is harder to get off than heroin.
I know that people do get hooked on it. I really don't know. What were they talking about on Nitty's channel tonight?
He went and he was talking for a while. Then he went and walked his dog, played some music, came back, and then he was talking about somebody from a YouTube channel that I never heard of before. And then you went live, so I switched over.
Thank you. They said you can drive on methadone. Wow. I'm not on methadone. You can drive on methadone. Oh,
You
yeah, Ace. You should see what I can drive on.
drive great. I always drive great.
Gallon of vodka, methadone and Suboxone. No, I mean like when if you're driving by there. Oh, when I said the people lined up, I meant like they weren't in cars. They were like actually standing on the sidewalk, all lined up outside of the place. And I was just kind of shocked, like, oh, okay, so they're open. But that was, like almost a year when they first started doing all the quarantining and shit. They really
Even
screwed up a lot of bars and restaurants and everything and small businesses with all that shit.
yeah, they
Did they
missed like
ever find the guy, Ace, that came and brought the COVID back to your town there or whatever? And I'm like waiting for her to answer me like by her voice, you know? I can't
in
believe
the
that guy
chat
slashed his tire. Huh?
in the chat tonight over in Nitty's room. There was Janice Dickinson, and she was talking, and I think Byron had made a video saying he's not going to talk about Debbie no more. Janice was in
Mhm.
there.
What was she saying?
She said that's Byron. She's not going to stop.
Did you ask her who she is?
No, she
Think
was
she-
arguing. She was arguing with Prudently.
Was she really?
Yeah.
I would have liked to see that. Do tell.
Do you tell her what they were arguing about?
Yes.
Janice said she was gonna pursue the fact that Kristen didn't have a bed of her own, and Prudently, oh, she's gonna call CPS to have Kristen taken away, and Prudently is like that's wrong. I don't know. Oh, what's Debbie's story? But no, she's got a bed or not. But she's a mom. She's there. She's doing, seems to be doing a decent job. And uh, whoever Janice Dickinson is kept on going at it, saying, "Oh no, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to pursue it," and blah blah blah.
I wonder who that is. That's got to be somebody who like has a personal vendetta against Debbie for some reason, you know?
Against Debbie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it seems almost personal.
Well, it's almost like how you say don't give people ammunition to use against you. She's got, on thumbnails, she's got pictures of her daughter, and so I don't know. I mean, but I think it's wrong of somebody going after someone's child like what Janice Dickinson's doing. But I don't. I, actually, what happened was is after I seen Byron's video, I went over and I seen Deb's channel. I just watched a little bit of it, and what I watched was she went shopping in Walmart, and her and her daughter were there, and they're standing in line, and a shopper came in and he started yelling something, and he was rambling about something religious, I guess. And Debbie thought she got so scared. She's like, "Run!" And I was like, "Oh no! Don't let your kid tell your kid to take off running by herself." I thought to myself, why don't you grab your daughter's hand and be like, "Oh my, now we'll run." But she realized it wasn't a star shooting, and then she was like, she mentioned something about it to the other shoppers, and she's like, "Well, I'm doing a video for my YouTube channel, and I just caught that all on YouTube." And then she went back to bitching out Byron.
She was bitching out Baron.
Yeah, she was saying something about Byron making videos about her and blah blah blah. But Byron said he's done making videos about her.
Yeah, it's like that just kind of gives her fuel. She's definitely one of those people when you respond, they respond. But she's yeah.
Well, if they didn't have this going on, would they might not have as much content going on. So that's the positive in it. They've got something to do with their day.
Well, I think Byron and Miss Passion would have other content because they did before. Like Byron's been on there a while and Miss Passion, but it's like kind of like Debbie wouldn't.
On that, I can understand how she's got personal feelings where there was personal lines crossed that weren't uh, YouTube friendly, she had talked to the ex, but again, that's none of my business. But uh, I hope I hope they can sort their differences out and go on and get along with each other or whatever. If they don't get along, that's fine too.
I've always, like if I have seen Debbie in live streams and stuff, I've always been nice to her and everything, and we've never like gone off on each other. But then when it comes down to it, if there's like something going on, she's quick to, or she used to be anyway, quick to start blaming me for shit and everything. Like, remember, I was Janice Dickinson for a while. Remember?
In the very beginning.
Yeah, I was Janice Dickinson. I was the freaking voice changer. I was this, I was that. It's like, okay. Then it was everybody. Then it's this person. Then it's that person. I wonder where Jeff Spieling is lately, though.
People must
Hmm?
people must get burnt out, and after they get so emotionally, that they stand behind an opinion that they feel against other people, then they're like, hey, I better take a break for a little while. And that's probably what happened.
Hmm. I wonder who, like, what was the thing with the guy, though? Was he yelling at her or yelling just in Walmart, like, randomly?
Oh, I have no idea.
Hmm. I
That'd be
watched a
probably
show one time where a guy stabbed this girl in Walmart, and he said that he had mental health issues, and that he just that day was like angry, and he didn't know her or anything. It was just that she happened to come out of Walmart, and he was sitting out there, and he had gone into Walmart and stole the knife that he used to stab her with. She ended up living, and then they like didn't really lock him up. They just put him, for mental health, and then he was out and everything. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, this guy seems to know clearly what happened that day,
what goes on.
detail by detail.
What goes on in these WalMarts where people are walking around with dildos?
Well, like, I mean, seriously, how does somebody steal a knife from freaking Walmart and then sit around outside and fucking? I'm just saying, like, it just to me, they say, oh, it's to whatever to stand trial, not can't think of the word, criminally insane, whatever, insane or something. But how the hell can somebody, remember every detail about their crime if they were, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems like that's kind of premeditated, his crime.
If they were
It
in the
wasn't
rage
like,
of the moment?
spur of the moment. He knew what he was going to do. He sat out there waiting for some woman to come out, any woman, and he was going to stab them. He went inside, stole a knife. I just think he should have freaking, I don't know, maybe I'm not like that compassionate, you know?
It's
I
so
say
much.
lock him up, throw away the key.
That's what happens. It's so much easier to go ahead and to hate than it is to get along with somebody. And somebody of a different opinion. And sometimes what you realize is that I'll never get along with this person. And then if that's the case, then just go your separate ways.
Oh no, I'm talking about criminals though.
But I'm talking about criminals. I'm talking about, and those are people too. And we're talking about people.
Well, look at that guy. Did you hear about that thing in Canada? The guy that ate that, he beheaded the kid. He was like 21 years old, and he beheaded him on like a Greyhound bus or whatever it was. And then he was eating his, like his heart and shit.
Is that the guy that was on some kind of synthetic weed?
No, I don't believe so. Mm-mm. I think he was like Asian of some sort, but he was, like he cut the guy's head off. The kid's just sitting there, with his headphones on. And first of all, like there's a bus load of people. I mean, I get it that, he's got a knife, but somebody could have frickin' whacked him in the back of the head, I'm pretty sure. Kick him in the ball, do something, Don't just,
Mm,
everybody go running and let this kid, get his head cut off.
that's not the world we live in anymore. The world we live in now is everyone for their own ass. Nobody's gonna get up and whack some guy in the back of the head with a knife, then he turns around and stabs you too.
Well, just saying, I mean, frickin', even if they did that and he, I'm just saying there was probably at the very least 10 other men on that bus, at the very least. The frickin' just saying. So they all, they get off the bus, and the killer is still in there with the guy's body, and he's like eating his organs and shit through the window.
Did
And
you say what I thought you said?
huh?
Did you say who I thought you said?
What do you mean? Who you thought I said?
Okay, maybe I missed it. I thought you said secular.
No, they got off the bus and the killer was still in there with the guy that he killed and like
Well,
took his head off.
you said the killer, and I thought you said secular.
You're funny. It does kind of sound like it, but no. So he's like eating the guy's organs, eating his eyeballs and shit. Oh, turn your thing down. And the cops were there and they're just, I don't know, it's like they said that in the documentary, it was like for an hour or something they were out there. And then he's dangling the head at the window and shit. And freaking the guy is like out of jail now. He didn't go to jail. He went to like, a mental health place. Hey, Jose, how are you doing?
So this guy's out on the street.
Yeah, yeah, out on the street. And they let him change his name. And he changed his name to Will Baker. And that's true. He changed his name to Will Baker.
He'll bake them from now. Will
From now on, I guess so. But could you just imagine that?
was that
I'd
called
be
raw dogging?
fraud dog. I'd be so pissed if I was that kid's parent and they freaking let that guy out. But I think it's pretty funny they let the guy change his name and then they print what his new name is. What's the point? Guy was saying that, it was like God told him to do it and shit. And they're, oh, as long as he stays on his medication, he should be okay. But what if he doesn't stay on his medication? It's fucking nuts. They'll be selling fucking cupcakes somewhere, all filled with people.
History repeats itself most of the time.
He says, Mr. Rourke, can you see the chat, please?
No, I can't.
When it's on the panel, you can't see it?
I can see Ace's comment right there, but not the chat.
Jose Guzman, welcome in. Guzman, I don't know if I'm saying it right. I know I'm saying Jose right. I wonder why she asked if you could see the chat. Did you want to say something? I can pin it. That's what I usually do so that people can see. Because some people can't. Rachel's not out and about tonight, huh?
Oh, really?
I didn't see her in any other room.
Huh.
So what happened with Prudently and Janice Dickinson?
They were
like the end.
They were just commenting back and forth, and then something about Byron and Miss Passion adopted. And, she was Janice was talking all kinds of crazy things, and then she just fizzled out.
Did Nitty see? Did he say anything?
He don't read the comments.
Doesn't.
What he'll tell you that at his age his eyes are bad and he can't see it.
She says, okay, I leave phone on chair because I need to get a drink. Phone on charge is all. Okay.
Go get a Jim Beam.
A Jim Beam.
Crack one open.
What'd you say?
Crack one open and be a good mate.
Whole bottle, a quart. Next thing Ace is telling us she's got a book.
She's like, put out the link. Put out the link. Now. No, I'm coming home.
Come on, mate. Please don't forget to put thumbs up for our Survivor girl and Mr. Rourke. Aw, so sweet. I know, right? Put up the link. I got a few things I gotta say. Oh,
I
I sound
gave
like Reed
Survivor
Hayden.
Girl a thumbs up.
What'd you say?
I said I gave you a thumbs up.
You better. I'll drop a link.
I think I was number 4.
To my
I like to
14
be,
thumbs down.
I like to be number 1 so someone else gets sloppy seconds.
I know, right? Look at me, I get sloppy 300.
301.
Be, be right back, bub. All right.
I'll be right back, bub.
Going to get my Jim Beam. You drink it straight or do you mix it with something? What do you drink, Mr. Rourke? Anything?
No. Drink
Oh,
soda.
thank you, Jose. You don't drink?
No, back in the day I drank vodka, Jack Daniels, Budweiser.
All mixed together.
All in one, yeah. One night, one sloppy night.
One night. Got a book about it.
I write books about everything. You know, when you've been with 300 women, writing a book is one of the first things that you do.
Is it called 300?
Yeah, and what it is I got their faces and their names on every page.
With a rating?
You know it. You got my book?
I gave her three thumbs down.
Did you already see my book?
I do have your book. I gave it out for Christmas presents.
I sent
People
Christmas cards of ab shots.
have shot. Helicopter dances.
Dog shot.
We won't go to the raw dogging and the pegging. I want to do that.
You know, so I take it they don't I take it they're very big into the condom scene.
Who?
Um the chatters over there on the panel
Hmm.
on Bobbles.
I don't think some of them are married and stuff. I mean, who was it who said they used? Oh, it was the $10 Tommy. Who is $10 Tommy? Do you know?
I have no idea. No. No, I don't hang out with people and like, you know, uh, let's go troll. No. But always funny. I kind of think that whoever $10 Tommy is also his free Daisy. I kind of think that they're the same person, whoever they are.
I don't know. Free Daisy is repetitive. You know, she's always saying "feed me" or whatever.
My favorite one is Grandma. I haven't seen her for a while, but she always comes up like, "Oh, I'm with one of my gentleman friends for the weekend. I'm drinking a little warm milk before bed."
But I don't think that that's like a real. You know what I mean? Like I don't. I'd be surprised if that's like a real person. That's
Well,
grandma. You know what I mean?
that makes you laugh. I mean, when you hear the comments and think of the personality, you're like, "Oh, Grandma."
I know.
Grandma.
Like they've had us all like, okay, it's grandma. Same with Vlad for a while there when we were like, we didn't know who Vlad was, and at first people were like, "Who's this lad popping up?" And then they become likable.
He blew
Like
his
I was
cover
one
last
night I
night.
was on Ollie's channel, and this was a while ago, and somebody came in called Sausage Fingers, but they were pretty nice, but not nice, but they were kind of funny. And for a little while, um, Ollie was like, letting them talk. They were not being derogatory or anything other than the name, but then of course they freaking deleted them. I was trying to freaking get the recipe the person was saying. Like, no, could I get a recipe? No. But $10 Tommy goes, oh, I wear. Oh, did you go to Bob's last night, Jose? Were you there? But $10 Tommy guy goes, oh, I only wear Magnum, condoms.
The chicks
And
dig
I'm like, with 6 inches of condom to spare.
me. I seen that comment that you left there, but I was wondering what the hell you were talking about. Now I got it.
Yeah, because I think somebody like deleted it, his comment. So then my comment was kind of like not worth it anymore. It's funny because I always say I'm single, but you're not single. What do you mean you always say you're single, but you're not? Or you are? And
This is what he's telling you.
what do you mean that's what he's telling me? The ice cream was in the fridge, not the freezer.
Oh, ice cream and Jim Beam. That would be good.
Ugh, that would be disgusting, actually. What do you mix your Jim Beam with, Ace?
Straight, mate.
Oh, he says, I wasn't at Bobbles, but I've been on Surviving Kensington panel. Oh, you actually went up on the panel for Surviving Kensington? Is that the same as Morals Over Money?
I think that one's Legos.
Legos is
Surviving.
Surviving Kensington?
I think so.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they were both the same.
Morals Over Money's with another guy named Frank, I think.
Ah, I mean, I knew that, it was the guy Frank, but I didn't know that there was 2 different channels in Kensington.
For me, it's too many dope addicts to keep up with, so I just keep it locally here in Detroit.
I just keep it local. When you go, do you ever drive down? Oh, Jim Beam and no sugar. Yes, I'm trying to help people. Yes, Lago.
No, I don't ever drive down to Detroit around their neighborhood to see them or nothing. No.
She said that the ice cream was in the fridge, not the freezer.
Is it melted?
She must have put it in there when she was on Jim Beam. Put this baby away for tomorrow.
Maybe not.
It's a great show, Kensington. He was the first I went to. Yeah, but I guess there's two other ones. Oh no, one other one. Ace. There's Surviving Ken. Yes, very melted. Oh, that sucks. Now you're gonna have to make a shake with it. Okay,
Get
I
some,
wouldn't even know.
throw it in a blender.
Yeah, and what else would you put in there?
Jim Beam straight.
Well, if it's with ice cream, it's not straight.
Well, you said what else would I put in there, and I said Jim Beam straight. So that's it.
That's it. I think if it's melted, that is like a shake already, right?
Kind of.
Oh, she put it in the freezer. I don't know if you can refreeze melted ice cream, right? I mean, you can, but I don't think it's like taste it, right? It tastes
Might
good. Ice cream's good.
might taste a little freezer burn, but
Yeah. So, Jose, do you have a channel as well? Yeah, I'm
Jim
gonna have
Beam.
to check that out. Wasn't Bobbles on that channel tonight on Lego? Jim Beam and Coke, not ice cream. So the Jim Beam and Coke is in the freezer? Which
I thought
I don't think you can freeze that, huh?
I thought it was Jim Beam and Pepsi.
No, she drinks Coke.
No, but I thought that's how you drink Jim Beam was with a Pepsi, not a Coke. Drink Jack and Coke and Jim Beam with Pepsi.
Mm, I don't know. Not many bars have Pepsi. Only a bit in there, so if it needs thawing out, I'll do it. Oh, throwing out. Thawing out. That's so weird. Somebody would put your ice cream in the refrigerator, right? You're lucky. Didn't get all of it, babe. I bought sugar cones and I forgot to buy ice cream.
Are those cookies?
What cookies?
Oh, sugar cones for ice cream?
Yeah, but I forgot to buy ice cream. Just like I bought hot dog rolls and forgot to buy hot dogs. Stupid, right? I'll tell you what I did do though. You know those little sausages. You know they're like breakfast sausages. They're cheap. You know there's like 10 in a box, and
Yeah.
so I freaking made some because you can microwave them. But then I forgot to put the box back in the freezer, so they wasted away.
Eat the
Jose
rest of
says
them.
no, and I don't want one. I get on the panel at Legos. I just want to help people. I'm not rich, so I try and come up with content, donate time, and when I can, a little cash. Do you live near there? Near Kensington? That is so messed up that they're actually like,
And
just like,
opening a drug market.
yeah, and they're just walking by like these people that are sleeping on the ground and freaking, God, that must be so horrible. That is awful.
What's their solution to the problem?
Well, aren't they all doing fentanyl? I mean, that was like a prescription thing, and then it gets out to the public like that. I mean, these fucking pharmaceutical companies gotta stop their bullshit. Seems like that's where the most of the problem comes from.
Fentanyl's
Opiates and shit.
fentanyl's not an opiate though. Fentanyl's its own. It's a Chinese. The Chinese got the ingredients for it, and it's even though we use it for surgery and stuff, it's not an
Why
opiate.
do you think the Chinese are the ones that got it?
That's where they have labs there that where that's where you're supposed to call and make your order, then they ship it to you. And
Hmm. I didn't. I mean, we have labs here, right? Don't the pharmaceutical companies have labs and shit?
There's a special ingredient that they're using that they have over there.
I'll have to look that up.
A look up. There was a young guy. He's called the fentanyl king. He ended up getting busted. I think he was from Los Angeles or Vegas or something, and he was buying all of his fentanyl from overseas. And then I don't know how he got busted, but he ended up getting. I think he was on Instagram, and he was making all kinds of crazy posts on Instagram, and he ended up getting busted from that.
Isn't LA like, doesn't LA have like a huge problem now, like with homelessness and stuff? I mean,
Is it
I saw like some show, huh?
is Oxnard where Nick and Nate Diaz are from?
Who is?
Ox Oxnard, or maybe it might be Fernando Vargas is from Oxford. I don't know. One of the boxers are from Oxnard, California.
And a certain stamp, please look up as done with candle wax. Please let me know if survivors. What, the fentanyl are you talking about, Ace? And who did you say is from Oxnard, Jose? Not Jose. My God,
Jose.
my mind. Rourke.
I think it's Fernando Vargas.
I don't know who that is.
He's a boxer.
Oh, well, see, you would know.
He boxed like Oscar De La Hoya. He boxed Felix Trinidad.
I watched a good movie about a boxer. It was a true story about that was called like the Bunny Ranch or something.
Out in Vegas.
Yeah, and freaking Helen Mirren was in it, and I think it was Joe Pesci was in it. It was pretty good. And he has her like he has her train this boxer. Jose says, I don't want to talk about this, but so you know a little about me. My little brother passed away in December. He was a men's home director. He relapsed and drank and got Adderall from the hospital that day. It is nice to meet you, Jose. And yes, Fernando Vargas is from Oxnard, California. Surprised that they gave him Adderall like at the hospital. Like just I don't even know really what Adderall is though. So isn't that like a benzo, like a benzodiazepine or something?
I think it's for ADD, and a lot of the college kids take it to study.
Really?
Yeah. I think they snort it.
Adderall?
Yep.
I mean, I've heard about it, but I just don't know what it's for. But I thought it was like on the list of like benzos, but I could be wrong. And I am sorry for your loss because I lost my sister as well. So it is hard to lose a family member.
Sorry about your loss, Jose.
What'd you say?
I said sorry about Jose's loss.
Yeah, tough to lose a sibling or anybody in your life, actually. Especially if you see them a lot, because then it's like, it's hard to like not call their number or something. You have to like adjust your mind to it. Like for a little while after my mother died, I was like, a couple of times I'd go, oh, I want to call my mom, and realize it. I couldn't.
I've actually made the phone call.
Your mother passed away?
No, not my mother. My mother. Um, After my grandfather passed away, do you remember when I told you about the sheriff guy coming to my house at 7 o'clock in the morning?
Um, they kind of do, but we talk so much, I'm not sure.
Anyways, he came at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I had smoked like 3 blunts, and he had smelt it,
I do remember
and
that.
yeah, so he, he ended up coming to my house, and what was I talking about?
Your grandfather.
Oh, so after he left, I was like, I couldn't, he told me that I didn't have to pay the ticket. I couldn't believe it. So after he left, I went and called my grandfather's phone number. And then I was like, oh shit, he died 3 years ago.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Like you go to call somebody's number and it just takes a lot to like adjust to the fact that you just can't call them. Jose said something like that he was shaking and his heart was skipping. I was there before he died, and after he died, they called us to go home, and we couldn't believe we were at where he died. What do you, I'm not sure if there's like a typo in there. You're welcome, Jose. We couldn't believe we were at where he died. Told you to go home? Or, I'm not sure. Another word won't get said unless you need to. Sometimes it's like I try to figure out what the typo is. Like, can you see on the piano? She says oh, I think she means the grief is hard.
Yeah.
It is. It really is. You're lucky you're sitting there smoking weed, aren't you? He died behind Sam's Club. We were inside. Oh, you were? Oh my God, that's skipping. I was there before he died and asked if they called. So he wasn't at the hospital? Like, who called you to go home? Sometimes you like know to what something, what's going to be said because when somebody calls you and says that, like I remember my daughter's father calling me saying, "Are you sitting down?" And you're like, "All right, something bad is coming." That was when my friend Mountain died. He was a good person, but he was 6'7" and 325 pounds. So he kind of knew like that his heart made me or something. But that was sad. It's all sad. Life is sad. I was down and out today. I'm always down and out lately. Sucks.
Why?
Take a guess. Why do you think?
I know why, but I want you to tell me why.
God, I'm freaking pissed. It's off.
Did you go to the doctor this week and tell him how you feel about?
Yeah, I went today. And they were like, freaking. I just, you expect you go through that many rounds of like aggressive chemo and everything. And then you expect them to say better things. guess. Wow. They want me to go to Dana-Farber in Boston, and so they can figure out the next step. Hey, spaceman. Jose says he went to the hospital that morning and got the Adderall from the hospital and went across the street to Vaughn's and got 2 big bottles of vodka. And he walked behind Sam's Club and passed away. Sounds like something else was on his mind that day. You know,
Hello, spaceman. Come up on the panel.
I'll drop the link. If anybody wants to come up, can come up. That's a tough one, Jose. Did he like try to call anybody or anything? Spaceman Austin, I've been trying to find your channel. Please let me know. Hello, just saying hi. I'm up at town in the moment. We'll join soon. Spaceman thinks we're on all night. I'll put his link in. I'll look for it.
What happened to Vlad?
I don't know. Maybe he's sleeping. Oh, I could put my phone in. Fucking wow. Didn't even give me like a warning. Wow.
Isn't that so sweet? He falls asleep to the sound of our voices.
I know, right? I guess his neighbors been fucking cranking music every night.
Let's start screaming like we're in the military.
You're welcome, Spaceman. Is it your avatar, Spaceman? Yeah, it is. It should be his avatar. It's Spaceman. Is that the name of the? Yeah, that's the name of the channel, right? Is it, or is it Australia? That really sucks, though, Jose. Sorry to hear that. I have to run because it's midnight here and I have to get up early. He called me. He begged my sister to go over to the house, and she said no. She didn't want to deal with him if he was drinking, and he was. Or when he called, that sucks. So that's he probably was like trying to get like somebody to talk to so that he didn't drink, and that'll be like some kind of a guilt feeling on her, I'm sure. I bet she's kicking herself. But I appreciate you stopping in and sharing your story, Jose. No, did he have kids, Jose? Probably sad. I just can't believe that the freaking hospital gave him, you know, unless like he took that normally. So it's Spaceman Australia. The whole name is. How come you don't have a channel, Rourke?
Because I told you. It's too much work.
Oh.
No content.
Oh, you're living with him right now. He has to. That sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck that he has 2 kids, but it sucks for them. Like, it sucks for everybody. That's a shame. Something must have definitely been going on in his life that he fell off the wagon that hard. What did he say? He said 2 quarts of vodka or 2 big bottles of vodka. Spaceman, I was hoping you would call past Survivor Girl this morning. I'll look for it right now. Give me 1 second. Is it Spaceman Australia? I don't know if you said it was Spaceman Australia or Spaceman. Yeah, I already got it wrong.
I think it's Spaceman Aussie.
Stay on if I lose you.
All right.
Since I'm just looking.
So, mate,
Spaceman
are you being
Aussie?
a good egg? Yeah, Spaceman Aussie.
Yep, right there.
What did she do
Oh,
with
you're
ice
good.
cream?
Well, Spaceman Oz. It is.
What did Ace do with her ice cream?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, because I can't see the chat.
She put it back in the freezer.
Oh.
Yeah. His son said at his service, 13 years aren't long enough. That's sad.
I got butter pecan.
But to live in hearts we leave behind is never to die, and nothing can take away the memories of those 16 years.
What flavor of ice cream did Ace have?
I bet you're glad that it didn't work, Jose. I always think people do that like in a moment, in a moment's thought. And then, everything might be better the next day, or, maybe just, you know what I mean? Like, I think we've all felt like a certain kind of way, and then the next day things are better, or you hope they will be anyway. I've been feeling pretty down myself lately. Hi, Ben. How are you? I bet you are, Jose. Steam test. Spaceman just left my mouth and will be on soon. Spaceman just left my mouth.
Who said that?
Steam test. And Jose said he's happy to be alive now. Ben said, hello, Survivor Girl in chat. And Ace said, house. Right? Ace said, is raspberry ripple, no egg cookie and cream, my favorite. Oh, no eggs in your oh, that's funny picture for a steam test. No, he said he's happy to be alive. Ace. Please definitely, when I pretty much stream every night. I know it's crazy, right? But I would miss you guys if I didn't. That's why. So I don't care what people say about me streaming every night. So you can come here whenever you want, Jose. And say good night.
What's your favorite
Yeah, Ace
flavor?
said she's not going to eat the ice cream because she doesn't think it will taste good anymore.
What's your favorite flavor for
Cookies
ice cream?
and cream with no egg in it.
With no
There's
egg
egg
in it.
in ice cream?
She said raspberries.
She said the flavor of the ice cream was raspberry ripple. You're welcome. Where have you been, Ben? And welcome, Steam Test.
Have you ever had Blue Moon?
Blue Moon ice cream?
Yeah.
No. What's it taste like?
Blue, like kind of like a bluish.
It tastes blue,
Yeah,
like
it's blue.
blueberry.
Not as tart as blueberry. It just tastes bluish. Have you ever had Superman ice cream?
No.
No.
Uh-uh. What does that taste like? A superhero?
It's a mixture of like lemon, raspberry, the Blue Moon, and orange.
Doesn't sound good.
No.
Mm-mm. They said, Jose Goodson, good night, and please know you are here for a reason. Blessings your way. Yeah, Ben, how you doing? I don't think he was here, but I don't know, like he was in and out that night, remember? With the
drop
flashing.
drop Ben the link so he can come on and tell us how he's doing.
All right. He disappeared, then I got flashed, and then he came back. Maybe
Who?
it was Ben. No, sir. We would have seen his beard. Her favorite is cookies and cream ice cream, Mr. Rourke. Mine is chocolate almond chip. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not the link. That's for Spaceman. Might be hard to know when you can't see the link.
Have you ever smoked a weed strain called sour cream?
No, never heard of it.
Kind of tastes like sour cream potato chips.
You can't see the link, Ace?
The link, mate.
The link, the link. I've got the link. Who are your sources?
Cookies and cream.
Sorry, I'm making sure the chat. Okay. Thank you. But you can't see the link, though? I mean, you guys can see the link, right? Have you got the link?
Do you not know how to drop a link?
Ben, it wasn't you who did it, was it? Whoever it was left. No, no, no. Whoever it was. Here I am. All right. Yes, but my fingers are going 100 miles an hour. Oh, okay. It was the night that you were like at your ex-wife's, and I think you were drinking some beers, and then you were in the chat room. Then you left, like you were on the panel, and then you left. Then somebody came in named Mr. Rourke, and I clicked, to let him in. Thank you, Ace. And then I clicked to let Mr. Rourke in because, didn't like strike me as odd. But then it was some guy with his penis out. But it wasn't Mr. Rourke. He said it wasn't. It was a pale guy. We think it was secular. But, just because the hair, not the hair, the hair was the same as seculars, I was going to say.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
Huh?
I said, you're welcome, sweetheart.
But I was ready to say the hair was the same as seculars.
The shave.
No, I didn't see there was. I, I don't know what secular's hair is, but the same thing happened to us over there on 5K or SK. I don't know what SK is. Oh, on Surviving Kensington. Oh, the same thing. Oh, really, Jose? Somebody like came up and was like naked. Ah, guess that happened on Bobbles too. Terrible. Like freaking. Then when I thought about it, like how the freaking chat must have been shocked too, you know? Like what the fuck?
Metro gets around.
Metro gets around. poor poor secular. I wonder where he's been tonight.
He was pissed.
Surviving Kensington is the channel.
He was
He
pissed
cloned
at me.
someone we know, then he came in and did it again under the name Man of God. Oh my god. Yeah, I called him the Mad Flasher. Ben, how are you doing? Surviving Kensington is SK. I'll have to check that channel out because I actually thought that they were just one and the same as, the other one there. He does pretty good, that morals over money. Pretty freaking busy. Now I understand why Bobbles was saying to, get Surviving Kensington. Because I was like, is she friends with him? Because I didn't know that was legal. The first time I ever saw that person was in Bobbles' room. Ben, hope things are getting better for you. I know there's some crazy energy at the moment. Oh, God, I hope this is Ben, really. Ben? Hello? Says you can't subscribe because you have too many? Really? Well, delete one that you never
Evening.
watch. Hi, Ben. That's weird. I didn't know that YouTube doesn't let people subscribe if they have too many. Wow. That's fucked up. So, Ben, what have you been up to? Ben?
Can't hear him.
Oh, you don't know how to delete a subscriber? Or somebody that you subscribe to? I think it's like you just list your subscribers or something. There's like a list. And then,
Shoot.
I'm not sure. You click on the channel. I'm not sure. I mean, I know how, but
Yeah.
you just click where you subscribed, and then it will say unsubscribe, and then say, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate. Oh, well, maybe you're talking to Jose. Where'd Ben go? He just left?
Maybe his mic wasn't working or something. I couldn't hear him.
I only heard him say one thing.
I thought I just heard him say hi.
Yeah, me too. Here, he's back again.
Hey.
Hello?
Evening. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us now?
I can.
Thank you,
It's
Jose.
my bad. I'm bad Wi-Fi right here. So
What'd you say?
Say he's got Wi-Fi.
Problems? Wi-Fi problems?
yeah.
Uh, See, before when you were out, if you're still outside your where you used to be. Freaking it worked good before.
Maybe a little
Now I
better.
can't. Is he talking?
Yeah, he's talking, but I can't hear him.
Say something, Ben.
Chat.
All I heard was chat. Maybe he should go somewhere where the Wi-Fi is better. Did you move somewhere that the Wi-Fi is bad? Oh,
Oh,
he
I lost
dropped
Ben.
on. Yeah, I can't ever hear what he's saying tonight. Anyhow, that was funny. Whoever not Ace, whoever Spaceman's friend was came in. She just left my mouse.
Who's that?
That Steam Heat or whatever.
Oh, this
Talking about
been-
Spaceman.
Um,
I thought Spaceman did pretty good on Bobbles. But they were like, yeah.
yeah, he made it through the interview without you know, he made it through the interview. When the steamroller or the steam guy came on, I was thinking about a Cleveland steamer.
I forgot about that. Cleveland steamer.
How could you forget about that? So, when do you think we can meet in Cleveland?
A Cleveland steamer.
I
That's
gotta
so
write that. I gotta write that one off the bucket list.
Oh, wow, you tried it?
No, we're gonna meet in Cleveland.
Yeah, but no Cleveland steamers.
What do you
I
mean?
mean,
No
unless
Cleveland?
you mean like real steamers, like clams. Better be really Spaceman Austin, not some nudie.
Hey. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
There you go.
Thank God. I never know if somebody's going to be swinging in the wind.
So, our Saturday, are you going on the panel to fight for your woman?
Who?
Spaceman?
On the panel, the fight.
Yeah, the Ablavi with Ablavi.
Oh, I don't know. Am I supposed to? Am I? She want another challenge, does she?
Were you there last night?
Not when she was doing her talk or nothing. Oh, she came back in later on, said she was cold and freezing or something, couldn't sleep. Hi, Ace.
Who? A blobby there?
I think so. Wasn't she there earlier in the day or in the chat or something? Oh, you're talking about on Bobbles.
Yeah, on Bobbles, yeah.
Yeah.
He was doing laundry or something.
I didn't see her earlier chat or anything. I just she came in later when I was on there yakking away. She sort of stopped by and said hello and said she thought she'd get back in on the stream because she couldn't sleep. She was freezing.
What, in Bobbles?
Yeah.
Last night?
I think so, yeah. Only in the chat. She didn't join in on the stream.
Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't hear her say that, but I made a mistake.
She
I
may
didn't
have.
see you there last night.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people were asking where you were.
Last night. I'm pretty sure I was on there last night, wasn't it? You were on there, weren't you?
Oh, I do think I saw you there. Like, you
Yeah,
just came
late.
in briefly.
Yeah, it was only late. I think I was sort of there for the last half hour or something.
When they were all fighting?
No, not when I got there. Bubbles was talking about, I think it was the night Bubbles was talking about going for MRI scan.
Yeah, that was last night.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
And
then
her
in
and
the end, she reckoned, oh, might as well stay up and keep going. And then at the end, she goes, oh, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I think I might rebook it. So she quit out of it. Mm.
Oh, so you must have been on there like at the end, yeah, because I checked out.
Yeah, yeah.
And
That was
Vlad was
supposed to
on
be.
there. You
That
didn't
was
see it
supposed to
when
be a
Tommy
show.
Highway was on?
No, I don't think so. I think he might have been before me. Oh, Ben, how you doing, Ben? We lost you the other night. Bad connection. Oh, another one. Might lose you again, eh?
Last time he was on here is when freaking that person
he,
flashed the screen.
he came on and then disappeared again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they you saw that I dropped the link though, Ace, right? For Spaceman's channel.
Oh, how did you want to connect with me, Ace? How are we going to do that? I haven't got a live stream.
How come you don't do live streams?
Oh, just never really, because it's something that you should do all the time, I don't know if I can be there all the time to do it, I guess.
I have to do it all the time. They give you free
Yeah.
20 hours.
Oh, I don't care about the money. I can afford to do it.
Mm.
Yeah. But I was at my mate's place when I first got onto this one tonight, and he's subscribed to your channel, so he can watch our live streams from now on. So you should
That
have
was
an
nice of
extra.
them.
Yes, you should have an extra subscriber.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And thumbs
I
up,
need
everyone. Don't forget.
Thank you, Spaceman.
Yeah.
Yeah, last night was a big old fight on Bobbles with Tommy and Bobbles.
Who else? Oh, Bubbles and what they had a fight.
Tommy Highway.
I thought Tommy Highway was going on there to give her a bit of a. Or Secular was. I can't remember who was going to go there, and that's why I went there to watch the debate. He was going to
Your
give her
friend
a
is
bit.
still here, by the way. Steam test.
Yeah, that's him.
Yep. He's
Yeah,
funny.
got a new follower.
He was like, Spaceman just left my mouth.
Yeah, Spaceman just left my house.
Yeah, but he meant to say house, so he said mouth.
Yeah, what the
They
hell?
wanted to get Rourke up there again last night, but Rourke was having none of it.
Yeah. Oh.
Yep.
Oh,
He
what
disappeared.
on Bubbles channel?
Yeah, on Bobbles. Yeah, when it was heated with Tommy Highway and Bobbles, I was like, oh no.
Steam
It's
test. His name is Sean. If you just want to say g'day to him at all. His name's
What'd you say?
Sean. Sean is his
Oh,
name.
Sean.
He's a
Yeah.
It's time for work to get off this channel.
long time friend.
What did you say, Rourke?
It's time for work to get off this channel. I'm gonna have to fall asleep.
I know I'm gonna go to sleep too soon. I'll probably stay on for a little bit longer, but
Have a good
Yeah.
night, SG. Nice talking to you,
Wasn't-
Spaceman.
Yeah, you too, mate.
Good night.
you too,
Have a
Rourke.
good, have a
Have a
good
good night,
night.
Ace. All right,
Sweet
bye-bye.
dreams. Sweet dreams.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What time?
they were
what ti-
having an argument because he had said something like, about his book where he trains women to lose weight or something, which,
Oh,
she's like disabled, but I kind of left this live stream for a little bit.
who's disabled?
Bobbles.
Oh, yeah. Bubbles is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does she really,
Yeah.
like,
Sounds terrible. What happened to her hips and that?
oh, she told you?
Yeah, she was saying it. I asked her about it, like if she was willing to talk about it or not. She said, oh, she's got no problem. She said about how she had an accident and busted her
Yeah, she had a
spine.
car accident. Was it a car accident or something?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, and crushed
Yeah.
her hip.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That'd be terrible. I've had back pain myself. I got chucked off a horse when I was a kid. And put up. My back was out from the age of 9 years old all the way to uh, 20-year old, and I went to all these different chiropractors, and none of them frigging would ever were close to getting it in. And
Yep.
it was in the end, it was this chiropractor I was seeing. He's a doctor and a laser acupuncture, and he ended up showing me this exercise where you lay on your back and you put your both your hands behind your head and your hands under your head, if you can. But if you can't
Hmm.
lay your elbows flat on the floor, you just take your hands out from under your head until you can put your elbows on the floor flat, and you lift one leg up, um, knee up in the air, and you just use the opposite hand to pull your knee over and twist your body that
Oh
way.
yeah, I've seen chiropractors do that actually.
Yeah, it bloody
Hmm.
worked, eh? He did it to me, and he clicked the bone in next to where the pain was coming from, and it was the most relief I'd ever felt. And I thought, oh shit, that's bloody amazing. I'm going to try that when I get home. And I did it when I got home, and it bloody got it in. And it was the first time I'd laid flat on my back for like over a decade. It was like,
Wow.
oh God, what relief.
And that was a chiropractor.
He was a doctor and a laser acupuncture.
Okay.
So, old fella, but he said he used to teach the footballers that exercise. And when he showed it to me, it was like, holy crap, you nearly got it in. So after that, um,
I
yeah,
think
I just did it.
chiropractors are good.
Oh, yeah, shit, yeah. Yeah, I went to a government chiropractor one time when I hurt my neck at work. And
Hmm.
he got me to sit down in this chair, and he sort of got me in a headlock from behind, and had his elbow underneath my chin, and he was telling me just to keep pushing up on his elbow, as
Yep.
hard as I could, and he's going harder, harder, push harder, and then next minute he just pushed on the back of my head, and it stretched my neck to the point like it was amazing. I just felt all this blood rush into my head. It was like holy hell, it was the best feeling ever.
A lot of people they don't like think that chiropractors are good, but I think that they, you know, they're like really amazing, really, because your spine, all the nerves and everything goes through your spine. So
Yeah, I watched some
yeah,
of the ones on YouTube, some of these professional chiropractors, and some of the techniques they got are amazing. But yeah, the corrections that they do, these people going in with shorter, one leg shorter than the other, and feet pointing the wrong direction and all that bizarre. And when they walk out of there, they're perfect.
yeah,
And
yeah,
just it brings tears to their eyes, because they're just so. I know what they're going through, the joy they must feel, to be able to finally walk properly again,
yeah,
and
exactly.
because I couldn't even stand on one leg for too long. I'd have to keep swapping from one foot to the other. The pain I was getting all the time, and
Really.
yeah, I was putting up with this pain because it was right at the base of my spine where it was out, and it was like always pinching. So I'd have to, you know, take the pressure off one spot and put it on another. Basically, it was just, yeah, really
What
awkward. But
happened to hurt your back?
well, my mum convinced me to go horse riding with my sister. We went
Oh
to
yeah, you
a
said it through you threw off a horse. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
yeah. So anyway, I didn't really trust horses, but there was this young girl, like 3-year-old, running around on this. She was in a lunging ring where the horse was just running around this ring with this little girl on the back. I said, "Oh, I'll trust that horse." So they said, "Yeah, no worries." So they got that horse saddled up, and out I went into this open paddock, and there was like an open paddock with a bit of bush in between, and another open paddock on the other side of the bush, and a clear track through it. You could see through. Well,
Mhm.
anyway, I'm trying to get this horse to move, and it wouldn't move, and all of a sudden, it's seen these horses in the other clear paddock, and then it just took off and bolted, and it just ran straight for this tree, and then all of a sudden, come to a stop and turned sideways, and just threw me off into the tree,
Oh
and
my God.
I wrapped around the tree back first, against the tree, and then came down off the tree, and I was as high as the horse was, when I hit the tree, basically, and then came off the tree and fell down on another tree that had been chopped off, and there was a stump sticking up out of the ground still. It was
Yep.
about 4 inches round. I landed on that straight on top of my, right on the solar plexus, so it just winded the shit out of me. So
Mm.
I'm winded, and I've got my back all black and blue. You know, it was all bruised and everything, and I couldn't. Even when I got to the hospital, I was still gasping for air. You know, like God, it
And you were
freaking
only 9?
yeah.
Wow, you're lucky you're freaking alive.
Well, yeah, lucky I was bloody young, I suppose, but it took
Hmm.
me a long time. My sister always loved horses, so she ended up owning a couple. And I did ride horses again, but only down the beach. At least if I fell off or got chucked off, I was going to get chucked off on the sand or in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like horses. I just don't trust them. They can be temperamental.
Like if they hear like a loud noise or something, they get skittish.
Yeah. A
Yeah.
good trained horse is okay though, like if they're being conditioned to all that kind of thing.
I remember I was on a horse when I was in England and a tree fell, just randomly, and the
Mm.
horse freaking reared up and I like split off, but I was holding on to the back of the tail of the horse and fucking, luckily I didn't fall, but
Yeah. When I was a kid, we had I don't know if you've ever heard of Ben Hall. He was a bit of a what would you call him? Bit like Ned Kelly, a bit of a sort of wild boy sort of thing. But anyway, he was I don't know if he was a bank robber. I can't remember now. But anyway, his brother, um, he used to do a horse and cart, horse carriage rides and that, around town in Melbourne years
hmm
ago, and like, yeah, the proper horse wagon sort of thing, where people could get inside and all that. I used to
right,
be the butler on the back, and I'd jump off and open the door and let the people in and close the door again and get up on the back again and
yeah.
that kind of thing and go around riding around the street, taking people for rides. It was pretty good fun.
Do they have Clydesdale over there in Australia?
Yeah, that's what this was, a Clydesdale. They're a
Oh,
bloody big horse.
yeah, they are.
The
What, the one that was pulling the horse and
carriage.
carriage?
Yeah, he had a couple of them. They're
Yeah.
like
I
about
wonder if
bloody.
people like actually ride Clydesdale.
In some countries they do, yeah. That'd be
'Cause they
certainly.
just seem so big, don't they?
Mm, you could arm them up, put body armor on them, and they'd be able to carry it easy enough.
Yeah.
I used to always hate that, seeing horses in bloody battle and that, thinking, they're just like cannon fodder, aren't they?
Oh, I know.
It's terrible.
Yeah. Like the first thing they freaking go for is like to shoot the horse from under them.
Yeah, it's terrible. It just pisses me off.
I saw some like documentary or something about some horse that was like, a race winning horse and shit. And it had an accident on the race ring, on the racetrack.
Yeah,
And they just come out with like some screen and put the screen around it and shoot it.
yeah, it's sad, isn't it? I was
Yeah.
saying, I was saying to Bobbles out last night about how they actually invented a bone glue years ago made out of canola oil.
Hmm.
It was so good. I don't know why the hell it's not mainstream. Like, I don't know what happened to it because it worked that well. Like they in the demonstration when they first tested it, they glued this dog's leg, the broken leg, and didn't plaster it or nothing. Just let it go and seen how they wanted to know how strong it was, and how quick it dried, sort of deal. So they glued it together and let it. They had to operate on it, of course. So by the time they stitched it up, and the dog come out of its anesthetic and that, they let it get up and it was running around in the yard, didn't break again or anything. It was fine, So they kept X-raying it to see how it mended, and
Yep.
in the end, it didn't get no callus around where the break was, and that it healed so well that the only way they could tell where the break was by getting the X-ray that had the break in it and putting it over the top of the new X-ray to see where it was, because
Wow.
there was no sign of it, and they reckon the bone was actually denser there than the original bone, so it was even stronger than it was originally. And I mean, where the hell is this glue? You know, what happened to it? Another thing suppressed, you know,
Yeah, I know,
because
right? Well,
it's
that I
just
heard that one time I was at like the drugstore with my friend. This was, years ago. And for some reason, I had to go in and buy like nylon, you know,
mm,
and we were standing in line and we were talking about, oh, it would be great if they had nylons that don't run. And there was like an older lady in front of us, and she said they do. She said they introduced them at one of the World's Fair, and that they didn't start, like they didn't start selling them because it
yeah.
would make people have to stop buying nylons because they didn't run, you know?
See, a lot of people brag about China. Oh, look how China pulled their people out of poverty and blah blah blah. You know, but China's the one that taught us to create um, t- uh, like a turnover society where, because the cars from China years ago, they would rust from the inside out. It didn't matter what you did as far as painting them to protect them. After 7 years, how they were making their cars, they would stick two sheets of metal together with this glue that would break down after 7 years, and then it would condensate and get moisture in between the sheets, and then
Hmm.
that would it start rusting in between the sheets. So it next by the time you seen the rust, you know, like it was a bubble on the paint work that was actually a hole in the metal. So they made a system up where, you know, their way of thinking, because we, in our societies, we were building cars to last for bloody years, you know, and everything was built to last, you know. Well, China didn't see it that way. No, they wanted ongoing business. So they made cars that would rust out in 7 to 10 years. So you were forced to buy a new one. And that's how our society ended up.
Yeah,
Our
but
society got
now, I mean, if you
a
buy like a
throwaway.
Subaru or a Honda or something like that, those
Mm.
cars last, or Toyota, they last.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they've I think they've sort of changed the tactics a bit, you know, as far as cars go. But the rest of the stuff in society, like fridges and computers and everything else, they're all designed to have a lifespan, you know.
Oh yeah, I
And,
know. Like your
and
fucking DVD players, you fucking buy one, they
you'd
last 2 years,
be
and that's
lucky
it.
lucky to get your
Uh-uh.
12 months out of it.
Yup. You
And
talk. I
yeah,
gotta go to the bathroom where you just talk. Like I'm gonna like mute my mic.
hey,
I
you
said
going
I'm
off?
gonna mute the mic so I can go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay, yeah, we don't want to hear you going to the bathroom.
No, no, no. So you keep going.
Especially if
Okay.
you're doing number twos.
No. Talk.
Let's talk about it when you get back.
Mm.
No, you're right. I'm sorry. Just have a go. Mm. So, Ben, what's Euclidean? It's time for lunch. Lunch? What do you mean lunch? What time is it over there, Ace? Shit, lunchtime, actually. Obviously. Anyway, yeah. What do you want to talk about? Anything in particular? Anyone seen anything exciting? How come your internet's bad, Ben? You're working through the phone connection. Still there, Ben, or you dropped out? No one's talking. Oh, texting. How many have we got in the channel? 8 watching. What are you all up to? Refresh that. 7 watching. Okay. So who's still on the channel? Anybody? It says there's 7 watching, but um, no one's texting or doing anything. Like you all got your own secret text thing going on. You still there, Sean? Steam test. Thanks for subscribing to our channel too, by the way.
Whoops, I thought did I not?
Oh,
Are you
I was
there?
just trying to talk to people. Everyone was quiet. No one was texting or anything. Ben just texted something. Not sure.
Yeah, Ben texted, not sure. Oh, there's your
Steam.
friend.
Yeah, he's still there. Cool.
So how far did
Yeah.
he must have lived too far from you, huh?
No, probably about 3 kilometers, 2 or 3 kilometers, I
Oh, I
suppose.
don't know what kilometers are. So you were back at your house pretty quick.
Yeah, and I fed the birds, fed me cats, and got back on here. So that was pretty good. I took,
Choppy video, but can chat. Yeah, you were all choppy.
okay. Are you at your friend's house, are you, Ben?
I don't know where he is. He didn't get that. Where are you, Ben? I hope I muted the mic when I went to the bathroom, didn't I? I think so. You guys didn't hear nothing, right?
Hmm. Oh. Hey, Sean, I don't know if you noticed, but I said hello to you.
What'd you say?
I was just telling Sean that I said hello. Steam test.
Now, was he on YouTube before, or did you just tell him about it
No,
tonight?
I was telling him about how I get on and have a chat on the live stream and that, you know.
Yeah,
And anyway, I said, "Oh, what on?" And I said, "On YouTube." And he goes, "Oh, what do you mean?" And I said, "Oh, I've got friends that they do live streams and I get on, have a yak, talk about
yak,
different
yak,
subjects."
yak, yak.
Yes. So yeah, I just showed him the channel and he subscribed to
I
it.
bet
So
you're glad to be back, like on live stream, because you were off for a little while because of that other person.
I was. It was funny, the day that he kicked me off, I was actually thinking because my mates used to say to me, like, "Oh, God, why do you spend so much time with this dickhead?" Like, because every time they'd come over, I'd be yakking on his channel, and I said, "Yeah, I don't know, really. It's pretty boring, like, 'cause that's why I used to talk a lot because people would just sit there and look at their phones and shit and say nothing, And I thought, what's going on, guys? You want to chat about anything or, blah, blah, blah. And when he accused me of taking over his channel, I thought, freaking hell, man, you even asked me to take over the channel while you went up the shops and did shit, I was left on my own a lot of the time. I thought, freaking, what an ass, eh? He was just a
I
total,
didn't know that you were on there that long. Were you on there that long? Like,
yeah, like sometimes I'd be on there for hours,
no,
because
I mean, like how many weeks or days or anything?
oh, not that long. Yeah, not that long. Probably a couple of weeks, but it was pretty regular, because he was doing it every day,
Right.
So anyway, I'd end up on there and spending a lot of time, and I was thinking to myself on that day that he kicked me off, I wasn't going to come back anyway. Like
Yeah.
I really had had enough, being ignored, and and he was playing the same games with me as he was with you because I was sticking up for you. So he started giving me shit, like blocking me and kicking me off the live stream and you know different shit like that. And I just sort of, but I didn't know enough about the live streaming at the time to know what was
What he
going
was
on.
doing. Yeah.
I thought it was just
Yeah.
a bad connection or some crap,
Right.
and and so I didn't sort of suspect anything at the time, and then I realised that he was I can't remember if he said mute me or block me. I actually
Yeah,
caught him.
mute. Yeah, that's what he would do to people.
Yeah, I
Somebody
caught
on
him.
his channel would start talking and he'd mute them. So they're sitting there talking and you
Yeah,
could see their mouth moving and shit, but they're muted and they don't
well,
even know they're muted. Yeah.
yeah, And I clued onto it because a mate was over here watching it on his phone.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, and because he realised, and I could hear myself. Sorry, I couldn't hear myself on his conversation. I thought, oh, am I coming through on that? And he goes, no. He said, no, I can't hear you. He said, I can see your thing flashing, but there's no voice. And I said, oh, righto. And
Yeah.
that's when I sort of started getting suspicious that he was doing shit like that to me, and because they were ignoring me as well. They were just busy texting each other, and I thought, oh right, they're probably doing the same thing to me as they were with you,
Well,
same
I
shit.
wasn't going on. I didn't, like, fucking. I think I went on his channel one night, but not ever again after
Well, I, when they were
that.
blocking you and they were laughing about it, I said, oh, I enjoy talking to her. She seems nice, blah blah blah. Uh, and yeah, no, they just all they're just acting like bloody idiots, assholes. Really,
Yeah.
I thought, man, why the hell am I here? What the hell am I doing here? Like I'm giving myself a bad reputation by hanging around on this dickhead site. Really, you know.
Yeah.
And
I
I
think,
just thought,
everybody didn't. I think when it was, not happening, it's not happening to other people. They don't realize that, how awful it is until it's happening, and then,
until it happens to them.
yeah. And
Yeah.
now that it's, it came to a head with him
Well,
breaking
he did
out.
mention, because I offered to pay for one of his month SteamYard things so he could keep doing his live stream.
Yeah.
And when I asked him for where he wanted me to send the money to, he said, "Oh, it's all right, UFO man," and I think it was UFO man and some others, or just him. Anyway, had sorted him out, and he was right.
Mhm.
And I thought, oh well, maybe next time, But so I did offer, but I didn't end up doing it because he said he was right, and I thought, okay. Anyway, but when he had a bit of a dig at me about not giving him
Yeah, I saw
donate
that.
the money, reckoned I was talking bullshit, and
Yeah,
I
I
said,
saw
oh.
that.
Yeah, I said I offered it to you, but you told me you didn't need it.
Mhm.
I said I got no issue giving you giving you a month's worth of thing. And anyway, and later on, when that same night, when I was talking about how much someone asked me how much I spend feeding the birds, and I said, oh, I don't know, probably 150 a week, maybe, and some weeks more than others. But anyway, I said I don't care. I like wildlife, and they need help, man. Because I sort of watch all the other weather manipulation shit going on. Because I drive around a lot, right? Like I know the insects have disappeared. You know what I mean? Like I used to get insects on my windscreen all the frigging time. I'd always be washing it off. Squash bugs on the windscreen, but now I've had a windscreen in my car for nearly 4 years, and I reckon I've only cleaned about 3 bugs off it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
There really is a lot less bugs than there used to be.
yeah. 80% of the bug life's disappeared. Apparently, scientists have been monitoring this shit for years, and they're watching it disappear. And it's all part of this government agenda, though. It's so they're doing shit to our animals. They're trying to destroy all the businesses and things like that. So everyone's in debt, ready for this global reset, so they can offer to wipe out all the debts, but you won't own anything anymore. And if we have a minority of the population that are in debt, you know what I mean, and stressed out, when they crash the economy and everyone's thinking, oh shit, like because there is no more money, the debt's still owed. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to be panicking, and then the government comes up and says, "Oh, look, we're going to save the day." We're going to form this new system. Because the last one didn't work. And um, we're going to do a global reset and bring in digital currency and stop corruption, because that's what's caused it not to, it caused it to fail, like they'll blame people that are not paying their taxes and shit,
Right.
avoiding taxes and all this sort of crap, which is the biggest tax avoiders are the frigging government, I
Yep.
mean, they are the biggest sleazebags on the planet, and it's their incompetence in running the country. But it's all by design, though. You know what I mean? They don't want everyone to be wealthy, because if we're all wealthy, we don't need to work as much. You know, so
Yeah.
yeah, they don't want. And if we've got enough money to sit around and do our own thing, they'll be concerned we're watching them too much as well. They wouldn't be able to get away with all the crap they're doing, because people would have a bit of time on their up their sleeve to pay attention and maybe take part in politics or whatever, and they don't want that. They just want everyone struggling to survive, trying to work out how they're going to get through each day. And, you
Yeah,
know,
with no like luxuries either, like
no,
no,
no, no,
going out to dinner, nobody being able to
hell
work
no.
like a waitress or bartender on tips or,
Because you've got to
you know,
remember, they class themselves as part of the elite,
of
and
course,
we're,
yeah.
and we're the slaves. And that's how they look
Yeah.
at us. Truly, they look at us as slaves. And
What is it? Is it plant? What is it called? Like back in the Greek days, they would plague or plem or something like that. Like the lower class, like a four-letter word. Can't think of it.
what they called the lower class, you mean?
Yeah, but it was like a four-letter word. Yeah, like the back in Rome or something, flag or something, or can't think of
Um, uh, mm,
it. I can't think of it.
I know they call them peasants. you know,
Yeah, it was like a four-letter word.
I guess each culture had their own term for the lower class, But
Hmm.
that's the thing, They only, as I said, they only encouraged breeding of society to find all the scientists that they needed, all the brainiacs. You know what I mean? Like there's just sometimes there's they've worked it out. It's roughly about every 100,000 people. There's a um, uh, you know, an extraordinary person, with an extreme IQ, that can remember everything, like read a book in
Yeah,
a few seconds, and just got all these abilities, and so they take him under their wing and they put him into special schools and guide him into different fields that they want research done on, and fund them and give them everything they need, and tell them they're going to make them famous and all that business. But most of the time, these people, they'll develop some technology thinking it's for the good of mankind, but then they find out the government's actually or the military wanted to make a weapon out of it or something. You know what I mean? So
right.
lots of things like that are developed, and then the person finds out, oh shit, as a weapon, this could be a very dangerous thing, and sort of they a lot of the time they regret doing what they were doing, but they
Well, like
don't.
the guy who developed, the guy something Heisenberg or something. No, what's oh my god, the
Uh,
guy who killed himself.
for inventing the nuclear bomb.
Yeah, the hell's
Mm,
Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer, yeah.
Yeah, Oppenheimer, and he ended up killing himself.
I think they killed themselves because they were the ones learning about nuclear radiation. They didn't realize how deadly it was and got exposure
No, I
to
mean
it.
he actually, yeah, right, he actually killed himself. So, like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, just did stupid shit, like powered it up, without the shielding on it and all that sort of stuff, and was standing too close and got radiated and ended up
no, I
killing
mean he
himself.
killed himself, like killed himself, like with a razor or something.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
even his female assistant got killed that way in the end.
Ben says he's still in the driveway. Oh,
In the driveway again. What happened to the tent?
I forgot about the tent.
In the backyard there.
Got evicted from that too.
Probably.
Set it on fire.
Maybe he
No,
decided it's better in the car.
I know,
Tents,
right?
tents could be pretty cold and uncomfortable, especially if you
Yeah,
got
but
two,
he's in Florida though.
especially if you got two other dudes sleeping in there, farting their asses off or
Have
whatever.
they really? Have you ever been to the U.S.?
No, no. I like the US. I'd like to have gone there, but I don't want to be forced vaccinated just to go there, you know? Stuff that. I don't need to go there that much. We got lots to see in Australia too, you know,
Oh, I
lots of
bet.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I like scuba diving on coral reefs and things like that as well, and actually diving with tanks, scuba tanks.
Yep. Yeah.
So yeah, if you haven't ever done that, that's a buzz. I was going to say it is too. You guys the other night about how, you know, I've talked about how I got this VR headset. All right. And with VR, you know, you're actually looking out the eyes of a character. So you can imagine a game, right? And you're looking out the eyes of that character, and everything you're seeing is life size and stuff like that, you know. So in VR, they've got sites as well where people can just all go and meet in a room and or yak away, and you can go off and private chat or whatever you like, you know, build your avatar how you want it to be. You can even buy avatars specially built, you know,
Mm-hmm.
accessories and all this sort of business, you know. It's
Do you have an
pretty pot.
amusement park there in Australia?
That's amusement park. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
shit, yeah. We got Sea World, Water World, which has like all the fish aquariums and stuff like that, you know, where you
Yeah,
can go through tubes in
yeah, I know
underwater,
that.
that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. Then there's Australian Zoo, which is Steve
Your friend
um,
Steam Test said it's plebes, poor Roman people.
Plead. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
good on you,
Plebe.
man.
Uh,
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Sean.
thanks.
Plebs.
Okay.
Plebs.
Plebes, plebs. I think
Yeah.
they said plebes. Pleb? No, plebes.
Plebs. I think it's plebs.
I think it's plebes.
Plebes. Plebes. No, it'd be double E if it was plebes.
That's plural, plebes.
That's slang.
Pleb. I think it's plebes. Tell us how it's pronounced, Steam Test.
Plebs.
A long E or a short E? Freaking Rourke is stupid. He freaking texts me. He goes, I can hear you farting. I'm not farting.
Who said that?
Yeah, it's Rourke. Silly. He's silly.
I can hear you farting when you went to the toilet.
He's stupid.
Ace must have dropped out.
Yeah, I think maybe she went to eat or something. Did she say she was going to
Oh
eat?
yeah, it's time for
God,
lunch
dog.
for me
Stop,
too.
stop, stop. Oh my God. This dog.
Where does Ace live again?
Australia.
Oh, I thought so. It's just strange she's saying it's time for lunch. It's time for dinner.
It's time for dinner there.
Yeah, 6:17 p.m.
Oh, it's 8 p.m. over there.
Six.
Oh, it's short E.
6:17.
Plebs.
Yeah, yeah, plebs.
Oh, all right, fine.
Yeah, I remember plebs because I've heard it before. Plebs. Probably in a Raymond movie.
Yeah, I
But,
watched like a series called Rome. It was pretty good, but they only had it on for like 2 seasons, but it was really good. And that's they were saying that shit. You
mm.
plebe, but it's pleb. I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
I'd be calling them by the wrong name.
We'll
But
start
it
a
was
new
good.
trend off now. People that will be watching this will be calling everyone plebs now. Yeah,
Yeah, I
people
know,
are like,
right?
pleb? What's a pleb? Yeah, that's what
You
you
get
are,
it. If
mate.
you have
Pleb.
to ask, then you're not smart enough to know.
Yeah, definitely a pleb. He'd be like, what? What is this pleb? Yeah, he'd be looking up. How's it spelled? Work it out. By
Yep.
the time they figure it out, they'll be like, "Oh, you asshole."
I'd hate to live in those days. Freaking
Oh
people were
yeah.
like so poor back in like even like in England and London in like the 1800s. Ugh,
Mm.
God, what a
It could,
shame.
yeah, it'd be pretty hard life, that's for sure. You
Yeah,
know,
seems
freaking
like the
hell.
guys were just
Not even
making
just,
kids.
not even, yeah, well, not even just trying to survive. You've got to, food wise, you also got to try and survive from not being attacked, robbed, you know,
Yeah,
uh, yeah,
for just
surrender,
anything. Like,
go to
you know,
war for, go to war for your king and crown and all that shit. Or you,
I
you know what I
remember like
mean?
reading that like even just a little tiny sliver of soap was like a luxury.
Poor
They
Roman
used to have
people.
these things that you would put like all the little pieces of soap into to try to make it clump together.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, like all the leftover bits of soap, so you
Hmm.
could press another bar out of it. Well,
Yeah,
soap was pretty rare. Like in World War Two and all that, they had to make soap out of
that
yeah, like
sucked from the Jewish people.
animal fat.
No, they would suck the fat out of the Jewish people.
I just boil it or whatever. But
Huh?
they just boil it, the flesh, and it comes out.
Gross.
Mm. Yeah, it
Fucking
would be.
gross.
But I don't think it was. I'm talking about the diggers and all that because my pop used to tell me about the stories. You know how near the end of the war there, how they were making soap out of animal lard and well, actually, I don't even think it was that. Sorry, no, it wasn't that. It was out of oil, engine oil, like motor oil, because they couldn't get any animals. There was starvation and food shortages and all that kind of
Over there
stuff.
in
So,
Australia.
well, oh no, worldwide when the World War Two near the end there, everyone was running out of supplies and that, and that's why sorry, not China, Japan decided to make a run and did started their shit off, because they thought everyone was out of weapons and out of food and all that. That would be the time for them to make their move, and they started marching down through New Guinea and all that stuff. And yeah,
I think a
so
lot of those stories are kind of, you know, convoluted with a bunch of crap. I mean, I just find it hard to believe, even about Pearl Harbor, that the way they, the way,
yeah, well, look, I mean, they let Pearl Harbor happen, like they ignored the
yeah, they
warnings
did.
and shit.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
I'm
ignored it.
thinking that's why I reckon that there is no all the different countries. I think yeah, like in the Sumerian tablets, they talk about how they divided up the world and put all their leaders at the different parts and that was to control the masses. You know what I mean? To keep them um, at bay, sort of thing, I guess. And they could create wars and thin us out. And they did. That's basically what they did do too. They turned us against each other and taught us different languages and all that shit. And then had wars and tried to thin us out. Because we were getting out of control, for them. They couldn't control us anymore once Enki had given us free will to think for ourselves. And that's what
Hmm.
I was trying to tell you the other night about that story of the Garden Eden. In the Sumerian tablets, they talk about how Enki gave us that ability in our breed. And, yeah, because they asked him to create a human that could breed on its own. Gave us the breed, that womb and all that and the female, that sort of thing, right? So
Hmm.
when he created gave us that ability to breed, he also gave us the ability to have the free will, right? And he talks about it in his text, saying that he believed that humans have got potential to be even smarter than they are. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I mean, we don't
Because we were like a higher breed than even them,
a
even though they
hybrid,
were
yeah.
big. Yeah. So even though they were bigger and stronger and all that, and technically they are more advanced than us, but we could catch up and surpass them, because of our our extra ability as far as our DNA. He was saying so. That was why we got they ended up having a fight, because he did the wrong thing as far as his war. His brother was more of a military guy, so
Who's he?
uh, um, Enoch,
Ow.
I think his name
Who?
was Enoch.
Oh, you're talking about in the Bible.
No, the Bible came from the Sumerian tablets, but the Book of Enoch and the Book of Enki are in the Sumerian tablets.
Right,
That's
right, right.
where it came from. And
Hmm.
so in there, they tell the truth in the Sumerian tablets because it's all written in stone. They can't fantasize it and change shit, So it just tells it as it is, And yeah, so they ended up having a bit of a war with each other, and they used plagues and all sorts of shit like that in their wars as well. You know, so plagues are always have been a man-made thing. Even the Black Plague, when this Dr. Deagle that I watched was talking about it, saying he was employed to weaponize the virus that caused the Black Plague. Now,
That was like the bubonic plague, wasn't it? Not the Black Plague.
it was called the Black Plague, but only it killed.
From rats.
Well, that's what they say,
Well,
but
yeah, right, right. But it was
right,
really like I think they were saying that a
only
lot of it
only
had to do with the bacteria in people's mouths,
only
and they were
three
like
out of
kissing.
only 3 out of 10 people survived out of the world's population at the time, and
Yeah.
back then they only had ships to travel around with and that as well. So anyway, but it turned out that the people that survived were the O negative blood types.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Right?
know.
They couldn't be affected, um, and they could go around helping people and doing all that bizarre. But now, see, the funny thing is they've got a vaccine now because see, negatives O blood types can't take blood from anyone else, but they can give their blood to anyone, right? So they're at risk of dying if they have an accident and need blood. They can't just get blood from the minority of the people because O negative is rare, right? So um,
I
anyway,
think I'm
so
O negative.
well now they got a vaccine or some drug that actually the government's working on a way to make them have the changing their DNA, right, so that they can accept blood from other people. Right, that's what they're claiming they're doing it for. But to me, I think they're doing it so that they will be affected by the viruses they plan on releasing. Because even though, like, and also what I was going to say, the Black Plague, right, when this Dr. Deagle was, they went off and dug up some frozen bodies who died from the Black Plague from Iceland. And they brought them back, and they looked in their bodies for this virus that killed them, and they found it, and it turned out to be a swine bird flu cross. And he said, this does not happen in nature. This is actually a man made virus. Someone back in the 1800s created that virus intentionally to wipe out humanity.
Well, I heard like that a lot of it is like like with the American Indians when the
Mm.
Europeans came over and they were you know kissing the Indians and shit like that. Indians didn't kiss back then, so they couldn't handle the bacteria that was in the mouth of what the
Oh,
Europeans had already built an immunity to,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
they didn't know, they didn't have that immunity. So all that bacteria and
Yeah,
shit that was in their
yeah.
mouths was
The, the
killing off the
Spanish,
Indian tribes. Yeah. And then a
yeah,
lot of that shit happened when,
the
um,
Incas. I think the Inca people died that way too when the Spanish
yeah, it
bloody
was when these,
invaded there.
explorers would come with their men and then start raping the women and teaching them,
Mm,
and stuff
yeah.
like that, that they would,
Well, that's right. And that's
yeah.
why people are saying with this mask mandate shit, right? what they're
Mhm.
doing there is weakening your immune system because we're meant to
Of
be
course they are.
breathing viruses in every day, all day. Where it's in the air. We're meant to breathe in all these things so that our virus database is updated constantly, and they're blocking that from happening, keeping people indoors and all this shit. And so that's so when they come back out, they go, oh, yeah, okay, you can come out now. They know people are going to get sick, right? And then they
Mhm.
go and test them, go, oh, yeah, oh, no, COVID again, mutated strain, quick, everyone back indoors. But this is all part of the plan. It's all written in there, the exact steps that they're doing, and they said they're going to continue doing that until everyone's bust and they lose their jobs, their business.
Of course
That's
they are.
part. That's what they're doing it for. All
Mhm.
right. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I hope people wake the hell up, mate, and we push back and make these bastards pay. Because they really should all be locked in jail for life, man. There's not that many of them, and they're evil at the core. You know what I mean? And truly evil. I mean, like beyond evil. They're into human sacrifice shit. That kind of mentality. They're just filth. You know,
Grim
and
Chemist said, "Alien invasion is fake. The mask does nothing but enslave your mind. Is to hide the image of God, so we can't relate. It's to hide the image of God, so we can't relate." I don't know what that means. And then I said, "Is
uh,
that a Grim Reaper in a wheelchair?" But I know he's on a clock.
the image
This
of
guy
God.
sounds like Lemon. Is it Lemon?
The image of God's like my icon, mate.
What do you mean, the image of God? Oh, but
Well,
what
the
does that
Greys.
mean? That
The
says
Greys were the
it's to
ones that
hide the
started
image
the
of God,
human.
so we can't relate. Like, what do you mean? Because they're made in the image of man? Is that what you mean? Or, I
Well,
don't know what
we're
you mean.
supposed to be made in the image of God. But there's a whistleblower a while back who was talking about all the
Oh
Greys.
yeah, yeah, you're right. Man is made in the image of God. So I don't even know what that means though. But what does he mean? It's to hide the image of God, so we can't relate. I don't know.
No, he's on a clock.
Yeah, I know he's on a clock. I was kidding around when I said that.
Smiley face. That's just to trick people. Wearing a mask.
Ben N says demons. What's demons?
There are no demons. It's all bullshit.
Demons.
Yeah, in the Sumerians, right? They because they created man, and then man started because we were giving them tools and teaching them the farm, and teaching them how to create a society and sustain themselves. The mankind started looking up to them as gods, because they were providing them with all this knowledge and helping them. And
Grim
they thought
Chemist
that
said your image is of a fallen angel, lesser god, Elohim. Elohim.
uh, and what? Who's the god then? Their creator? There is no anyway that in the Sumerian tablets, right? This is how they reckon the people started calling them gods, right? Because they were, as
Yeah,
I
but in the
said,
Sumerian
doing them
tablets,
all
they
these
do talk
favors.
about a fallen angel, lesser. Like there was a
No,
number
where?
of gods. They said.
Where? Not in the Sumerian tablets.
Well, like each. They were kind of comparing it to.
They talk about coming from their other planet and other things like that, but they don't. There's no to see. They mention God in their Sumerian tablets because mankind started. Because that's why Enoch came to Earth. Because when uh, Enki, he was ruling their home world at one point, and he was a hybrid. Sorry, a crossbreed. He was adopted, or the father got some other woman pregnant, and ended up having him. And but he was brought up by his father, and he was, as I said, half reptilian, half bloody Anunnaki, and he
I
anyway
don't believe in that reptilian stuff, though. Like how
well,
they say.
um,
I'm not saying
yeah.
back then. I'm not saying other aliens
I
couldn't be
mean,
like
well,
reptiles, but
they still walk upright like us and everything, but no,
yeah.
I can't see why not. I mean, we're a mixture of apparently of a lot of races of aliens, not just, you know what I mean. We were designed by a lot of different races. So anyway, but so he was ruling at one stage, and one of his brothers, younger brothers, had got to age where he could actually become ruler, and he decided to challenge him. He put a challenge in to be the ruler, and because he believed he should be ruler because he's full blood, and so when they challenge the other one, they have a battle, and and he talks about how they strip off, naked, so no weapons can be concealed, and they had this fight. Well, this reptilian dude, Enki, he ended up biting his brother's penis off and swallowed it, so he couldn't have it
Ugh.
reattached, right? In the fight, because he had no hope of beating him. His brother was a bloody warlord, so he knew he was going to get his ass kicked, so that's what he ended up doing to him. So then
Let me just
he
tell you what Grim Chemist is saying. He said they came from the sky bearing gifts of knowledge. It's easier to fool someone than to convince them they have been fooled. That's true. Many,
well,
many races. Show
people
me
have
an
been
alien, since there are so many races.
they're the
The
gods
superior
that
race of aliens hiding for thousands of years for what purpose again?
well, they're not hiding, they've just got their own world, and their planet only comes past ours every 6,500 years. So eventually they will return, and maybe they have returned and keeping themselves hidden because of our governments. You know what I mean? Have sort of made contact with them, but not introducing them to us. There's lots of
I think
races
some
that
of
come
them
and
are so
go.
small, they're like bacteria.
Uh,
They get in our
there's
bodies and we're like a host for
well,
them.
see, there's a race they know about that's like right on the outskirts, they reckon, of our universe. Like not the our universe, like it's massive, sort of the universe itself. Well, they know there's a race of aliens that live like right out deep, out on the boundaries, and they apparently are pure energy, like pure light. And when
Yep.
they materialize around in different places, they just appear as a bright light that just at next minute you see an object form in the middle of the light, and next minute there's a spaceship or whatever. They can transform into anything they want, and they can teleport like that anywhere in the universe. So they're a very high intelligent race, but no one's made contact with them. They don't mingle with anyone. So people, but other races have mentioned about them, talked about them, and how they know they're there. So, um, when in the Anunnaki stories, because they know about that race, and they know about the astral plane, and how everything can be connected and accessed, and where they go to seek knowledge, and that when the humans started worshipping them as gods and coming from the heavens, and how if we all behave ourselves, we get to go to heaven, and blah blah blah, all this, right? So they started to wonder, wonder if there is a God then. Wonder if these people are the gods that they're talking about, and that's the heaven they want to reach. So they started to investigate this theory of God as well, and that's where they started talking about it. But they believed it was the astral plane, that you had to, in while you were alive, you had to master the astral plane so that you could guide yourself in the afterlife. And
Right.
that's why they did all that. Had those temples up high on top of pyramids and things like that, so they could go in this secluded area. Because as I was saying, with astral travel, you've got to find a quiet place to do it, so you can focus properly. Once you learn it, sorry, I've got a bit of a dry throat, I think. Anyway,
Mm.
so once you learn it, you can sort of get in there a lot easier, and noise isn't such an issue. But um, I think that's why they were doing all that, and why they mummified their bodies and all that, because I think Yeah, with astral travel, like when you come out of it, you return back to your body. So if they could preserve the body, then, but in theory, you should be able to stay in the astral plane while your body still exists, if you know what
What
I
about
mean.
all the documents that did survive? That tells a different story.
How? What do you mean?
Talking about, he says, if the news is telling you that there is aliens, that is when you should not believe them.
I've
And I said,
seen
well,
them.
what
I've
about the
seen,
Sumerian
well,
tablets? And he said, well, who translated them and who confirmed their translation since no one speaks Sumerian?
well, that's the thing. Zachariah Sitchin translated it, and started telling the stories about what was in there. And then we find out that, I mean, many scholars have translated the religious Christianity, in the early days. They translated it as well, obviously, because they wrote the Bibles out of it. So they all must have translated it, but they didn't want to tell the true story, and they hid a lot of it and twisted it.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. I think that's what he's
that's why
saying.
that's well, that's why they destroyed that, ancient library that was in Macedonia or something like that. I think somewhere over in some place over there, and it had the whole history of humanity. And the when the Islamic, Muhammad or whatever, not Muhammad, oh, I can't remember which leader it was, but they were going around raging war everywhere, and they just demolished it. Like they do with the temples today. They're going around still, ISIS and that, smashing up all the temples and shit. Because as far as they're concerned, there's only one God there, Allah sort of thing, and they don't want any evidence of any kind showing that, there was other gods or other where people worshipped other gods, or there was many gods, or whatever, you know.
Like demigods or whatever they're called.
But you got to ask yourself, if God made us from His image, why we got like so many different races?
That's
you know,
true. Hmm.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, it all makes sense, really. And as I said, I have seen aliens that look like my icon. Um, and as I said, they were alive, but that doesn't mean that they're from Earth either. I mean, not from Earth. I mean, they looked humanoid, pretty humanoid to me, except for the no ears and shit like that. But I've often thought, maybe our military is creating humanoid, clones in a laboratory. You know what I mean? And making them to fly the anti gravity vehicles or whatever, because there's
Hmm.
radiation or whatever.
He says the
Um,
races are due to habitat.
well, yeah, you are what you eat. I do agree with bit with that.
And plus,
But
like pigment and everything, if you're in a sunnier place, got more
no, no.
pigment.
I mean, if I could be, it's not that. I mean, there are definitely different DNA strains, mixtures, that cause the different aspects in us.
Right.
So, but there's black people that have had white babies. Um, why it
Albino.
happens. But you got to remember these people who created us. They step in time to time and add updates, or you know what I mean, make little tweaks here and there. I think, to me, like, a black person, like, they're pretty superior as far as, build goes. Like they're pretty solid, fit-looking people, and black Africans and things like that. But they got flaws too.
American Indians were too.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Said
see, that's what I mean.
they are called flying Doritos and Google patent on inertial dampening technology.
Flying Doritos are the flying saucers. I've seen two different types of flying saucers that were made by man. Walked under them when they were test flying them. So, and that was back in '73, mate. So, yeah, we've got them. But if we had nuclear missiles that were using anti gravity technology and shit, or even if it was mainstream anti-gravity, you wouldn't be able to keep anyone anywhere. They could travel to the moon, I mean, anywhere on the Earth in seconds, So it's a pretty dangerous technology to release to a society that's not united. And I agree
Grim
that,
Chemist said the tweaks were done in the beginning during the time of Nephilim or whatever, and have
the
stopped
The
only
Nephilim,
to be carried out by man.
no, the Nephilim were the giants they made to wipe out humanity. But some of them found they liked humans, so they stuck up for us, and they were the ones that they called the fallen angels, because the Nephilim were cruising around in the anti gravity crafts, and that the Anunnaki had. They thought they had the technology to be able to defeat them. Like they understood their technology, but it didn't happen. It ended up they got turned to stone by the
Who
creators,
did?
the Nephilim. Yeah, it's all
Giants start
written about.
falling upon humans.
They got hit by some sound weapon that just turned them into stone.
Well, that was in like the book of Lot, the story of Lot in the
Mm.
Bible. They
Yeah,
turned to
even the
stone.
India, India and Pakistan. Well, Indian people and all that, they believe the same
Yeah, well, that's
story.
what I was saying, Graham. Like, that the like the Greek mythology and all that had something to do with what they were talking about. I was reading up on that whole Sumerian and all that stuff.
Well, even in the
Even
Sumerian tablets, the Bible part of it, like it's not called a Bible, it's a guide, and it was there to guide humanity, just like we have constitutions. It was a constitution, but mankind turned it into a religion. Mate, because they realised that it was a guide to control humanity. So they made people worship the creator and all that sort of business, so that because I mean, if people thought there was no heaven, would they still be good?
but it's not from another planet; it's from another dimension.
No.
And Rourke said, "I didn't turn to stone; I got stoned."
I do believe maybe there are other dimensional beings that we can't see because we're not in tune frequency with them. That's
Right,
possible.
like
That's
Bigfoot.
possible. Yeah, that's possible. But I don't believe in multiverses and shit like that.
Like an
That's
alternative. What is it? Alternate universe? Nah, it's
well,
not a valid point. What's not a valid point? I don't know what he means. It's not a valid point.
I'm not sure.
He sounds like Lemon, though. He talks like Lemon. Grim Chemist.
Yeah, Lemon's right into the multi dimensions, and he was saying on Burns' channel he was almost able to ready to go into a different dimension and bring something back.
He said, nah is not a valid point.
Nah, nah,
Because you said, nah,
nah. Aussies use nah.
nah is not a
That's what
valid
makes us
point.
Aussies, mate.
Grim Chemist, are you Lemon?
Nah.
I live in reality, he says.
Yeah, but your reality is not the same as mine, mate.
Where I prove my claim.
I've had friends, Grim, that actually could enter your body and look out your eyes and travel
Oh,
around with you and shit like that. And they proved these things to me. You know what I mean? They did it to me several times. They could read my mind word for word, shit like that. There's things in this world we just don't understand. And I mean, these people showed me how to astral travel, and it's really not that hard, but it is a bit. It's hard to control. You know what I mean? Like focus is the thing, the key, and that's what I was
He
saying to
says, you
you.
have proven zero claims, sir. Teach me something.
Wow,
This guy's
You get,
funny. How did you find the channel, Grim? He sounds smart, though, like somebody
yeah,
who you could have a discussion with, even if you didn't agree, at least,
yeah.
It's
Well,
not story. Geez, you're a little freshy. He said, if this
if
is
you,
just story time, let me know. I'll leave.
no, you're right, dude. Um,
I'm out here spreading real information.
uh-huh.
You want to come up and talk about your.
Yeah, join in.
I could drop the link as long as you don't have. Out there. There's a lot of people that think they know.
Yeah, there's a lot of things
The
I've
issue
seen.
is,
There's a
if
lot
you
of
think
things
you
that,
know,
yeah, the thing
you.
is, Graham, I've seen things you'll never see.
He said,
You
if you
know,
think you know, you lose the hunger to know. So when
mm,
people like start thinking, that they know, then that they
mm.
stop,
The thing, Graham,
wanting to know more, and therefore you never know.
the thing is,
But
Graham, like things that I've seen in my younger days that you will never see, because I didn't know about suppression and we didn't have mobile phones with cameras and, you could just whip out the camera and record something and shit like that back then, but other things that I've seen that were like shown in the news highlights and not actually in the news because they knew it wouldn't make it to the news because they knew it'd be suppressed. They're things that you just got to be in the right place at the right time. So I got to see the UFOs. I got to see the recording of the live opening of the Tutankhamun's tomb and how they were in contact before other worlds. So I also got to see the live recording the farmers took of the Roswell crash before they reported it to the military. So, you know, there's a lot of things. It doesn't matter what you say to me. You can't change my mind. I know
no, I
reality.
know,
Believe
but you can
me.
always like hear other people's opinions and stuff.
Oh hell yeah! But from what I've seen, right, and what I read, like when you read what's in the Sumerian tablets, it all fits together, the whole lot. You know what I mean? I've tried to, I mean, understand it, but it's in stone. You know what I mean? It can't be altered. Like it's written down in stone.
Right,
So
but it could be altered in translation.
can be, but once you decipher symbols and stuff, you can't change that symbol or give that symbol like five different meanings, because you know then you end up in trouble.
All
You
right,
know,
so Graham, I'm gonna bring you in, but you're a good person, right? You're not gonna do anything bad, right? Please don't. Are you there?
Hello?
there you go.
Hello?
Yeah, we
Hello.
can hear you.
Hi.
What's up, dog? No, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a troll or anything like that. So you guys lucked out on
All
that
right,
one.
guys. The other night I had like a little incident, so just making
Well,
sure.
When you
yeah,
have a lot of knowledge in your brain and there's really not too many people talking in chat, it tends to look like you're a madman. So I figured it'd be better if I hop on here.
yeah, you're
Yeah,
always.
it's easier to say what
I
you want
was
to say too.
hang on.
I mean, I basically do the same thing you guys do. You know what I mean? I go out there, I try to spread the truth, but I've come into a lot of information over the recent years, and I've learned that a lot of people believe they know the truth, and the issue with that is I believe there's a lot of misinformation that's been put out there in order to distract people from finding the true reality of what's actually happening in order to prevent them from stopping it.
I believe that.
There's lots of there's always disinformation as well. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, look at
Yeah, of
all the
course.
reports that they release about like aliens, the government, but it's all blacked out and shit. Anyway, you can't even
Yeah,
make heads or
yeah,
tails of it
but
anyway.
but anyway, like I said, I got to see the real Roswell crash and the four alien bodies. So
You
it's
did.
yeah.
How'd you do
I
that?
Well, I worked in the. I've done a video about it on my channel, but I basically worked in a video shop in Melbourne
Right,
when
so
I
you
was.
saw video though, but not the real
No, no,
thing.
no. Live, reel to reel film footage that he put onto a video cassette for me to watch. right? And it was his father's farm. And I tell you, I'm talking back in when I was 20 years old. So that's, 36 years back, right? Um, the things they showed in the film when they were testing those materials, trying to cut holes in the alfoil with the oxy kit, and then did the same to the thick piece of sheety metal that he had, and it glowed red hot, white hot, and then he was putting his hand straight on top of it and said that he could feel no heat whatsoever, even though it was glowing red hot under his hand. These things you couldn't fake that sort of shit back in those times. You know what I mean?
How
So,
They
old are you,
Grim,
if you
have
don't
you
mind
seen
me
that?
asking?
I'm 56.
56. All right. So you're about my dad's age. I'm like 31, I think I just turned. I don't know. I
Yeah.
smoke a lot of weed. I'm in my 30s,
Yeah,
early,
yeah,
early 30s.
me too, man. But the thing is, I've seen these things with my own eyes. Like he showed me that film because I gave him this old fella. He was 86 years old,
But
and he
that's
would
not
come
really with
in.
your own eyes. That's like
Now,
on a.
No, no.
look,
I mean, I saw it on the film, fair enough. But
Yeah.
I've seen
Let
the
me. I
real
want to hear
what.
what Grim has to say about that.
I don't
Grim.
want you to get it. I don't want you to get it twisted. I'm not out here like you are completely wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
No,
telling
no.
you, there is shit that exists, right? I'm just saying that you've been misled as to the origin and true nature of these beings, because that we
Well,
lack so much information about them. I don't doubt you've seen something, you know what I'm saying, that looks like an alien. But what I'm saying is it ain't from like, you know what I mean, they ain't little green men from Mars coming over here on a spaceship.
no, that's what I said. I've always said that they're actually the same color as we are, and they look like children with adult-sized heads. And I said I've always often asked myself, are they human clones that the military's playing around with? Or are they aliens from another world? But when I saw they found a film in the archives in Melbourne as well years ago when they were digitalising everything, and this was said to be a live recording of the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb, and it was made because at the time when they discovered his tomb, all the different countries that were looking for it all made an agreement with each other that whoever found it had to record it live so no secrets could be kept. And that's why this film existed.
I
It,
want to know. I want to hear. I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to. A spaceman. I
go.
want to hear what like Grim thinks about where they like I want to hear what his theory is because
All right.
I know
So
yours, spaceman.
now, if
Yeah,
you
the
really
quick
like, I did a lot of study into Egypt. I was on your guys' path at one point a long time ago. And when I was studying into Egypt really hardcore, I noticed that there was a certain pattern that can be observed. And you'll notice that there's high levels of technology, right?
hell yeah.
And you'll see high levels of technology in, let's say, statue carving, right? You'll see a
Oh yeah,
really
the
nicely carved
monolith.
statue, right?
Yeah,
And then on
they're
that
done.
statue, you'll see primitive carving, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So what
Being
you have
added
is
to it.
you have something that was advanced technology. That technology was lost. Then the Egyptian civilization inherited this
Oh
stuff that was
yeah,
already
that's right.
existing there, and then they carved on it. You
They're
understand? They
added.
didn't
Yeah,
they
yeah,
didn't
that's
build
right.
that shit,
That's
right?
right. I know that. That's right.
Okay.
The
So where do
pyramids
you
were
think it came from
actually.
originally, Grim?
Okay, now where it originally came from, in my beliefs, is that there was a creator. He created, originally, the first thing he created was a labor force, essentially, you could call it. Like he wants to do a big construction project. He creates a labor force. He called that labor force Elohim. It means creators. He is, you know what I mean? So there's one main creator that creates the labor force and then he puts them to work. You start working on water, you start planting trees, you know what I mean?
That's
Etc.
what it kind of says
Well,
in the
in the
Sumerian
Sumerian
tablets,
tablets,
though, that
yeah,
they created a labor force to like mine for gold on Earth and stuff.
and then taught us how to sustain ourselves because,
Yeah, but
you
you
know,
got to understand that the Sumerian text originally said most likely what my religion says, and it's been corrupted because they don't want you to actually know the true nature of reality.
no, 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 the religion's been corrupted. The
What you don't
Sumerian
understand
tablets
is my
are the
religion
true
could not
story.
have been corrupted since I created it. You understand?
Well, Yeah, but that
And I
that
don't
doesn't
tell
say.
anyone to convert to my religion. What I tell
No.
people is that you have to create your own religion and believe that, because unless
Right.
you believe in your
Have
own
you
beliefs,
Yeah.
have
you
you seen
essentially
have you
become
seen
a
all those
spiritual prisoner.
have you seen all those artifacts they found in Mexico of the building of the pyramids? And they show like several different races, not all human either, on this pyramid constructing it. You know, and they're pouring molten steel down to make the keyways and all that in the stone and
Of course.
stuff like that.
Yeah, but
And
that's, I mean, that's easily explained through, you know what I mean, hybrids. When these fallen, all right, so essentially man was created and everything was created.
yeah,
These workforce people were not supposed to be down here meddling. They were supposed to only
Just work.
so
do what the creator told them to create on earth, you understand?
so what do
And
you
what
think?
happened was they
What? Do
rebelled and they started to do whatever they wanted.
yeah,
They came down here.
they talk
Right, and
about that.
it says
Yeah,
in Enoch, it says they came down. They
mm,
started, you know, each of them was in charge of their own hierarchy of you know,
yeah,
like soldier
divided up.
angels under them, and they would go out and teach man how to make sword, how to plant crops, how to you know, cast spells, how to do magic, how to grow roots, how to make potions, how to do alchemy. These things
Mm,
are where all that knowledge came from, right? And it
uh,
was then written down, and they wanted to make sure they wrote it down, so they scratched it onto the walls of whatever was down there. And then these beings were removed and imprisoned because they were causing too much chaos. And then you can
You
look, and
talking
it's
about the smart
recorded.
ones or the ones
is
that
this
like
going by
The
your
the
religion?
ones that have fallen to the physical dimension. You have to understand that the creators were never meant to be physical beings. In order to come down and have sex with women, they had to fall physically. When they fell from heaven, it was because they lusted for the for the daughters of man. It said the sons of God lusted after the daughters of man.
That
You
was
understand?
The Nephilim.
No, the Nephilim was their sons. The Nephilim was a hybrid between man DNA and angelic Elohim DNA, which was not of man, but it is also not of God. You understand? Man was made in the image of God, but man is not complete, for he was separated in the garden. Eve was taken out of man. The only way for man to be in the image of God again is to be completed with a woman, and then only does man have the power to create the image of God. You understand? That's what a
Yeah,
baby
but
is.
in the Sumerian tablets, right, when they created the first man, they didn't give us the ability to breed. They only wanted us as working slaves to mine the gold. But then they realized creating, because they were getting injured and dying and whatever, you know, they decided, you know, they had to make a better system, you know,
Why
and just,
would why would a superior race that has advanced technology require inferior biological machines to do their bidding?
well, because he came, that's what I was trying to talk about earlier about when they had this fight for challenge, when he got challenged for leadership of his own home world. Because of what he did in the fight, he was sentenced to death, you know, because he broke the rules of their fighting, you know, and so he got actually the Queen told him he was to be sentenced to death, but because they need the gold in their stories, they talk about how they had two superpowers in their own home world that had a nuclear war and wiped out their atmosphere, and that's why they needed the gold in the first place, was because they particleized the gold. They talk about how they used to do what we do on here on Earth now, where they make a nanoparticle aluminium and put it in the sky, but that was making people sick. So they had to use a different substance, and gold's the smallest atoms you can create. So they needed gold to make it into what they
Monoatomic gold.
yeah, that's right. So they put that into their atmosphere to reflect back their infrared radiation, because even though their sun's a dwarf star, it's not a full sun like ours, but it does radiate a lot of infrared radiation. So, and they're closer to it, so they had to put gold dust into the sky to protect themselves. And at the time of this battle, they had big battleships out in space, you know, going around trying to collect gold, and mostly they were collecting it from the asteroid belt. But they used to lose a lot of their ships, you know, and
So yeah,
so they were saying that they thought they'd lost their last, or this ship that they were hoping was going to return, you know. But anyway, after this fight had happened and he was sentenced to death, this bloody ship had showed up, it returned, and everyone was rejoicing, and because they were able to put some stuff back up into the atmosphere, you know. So anyway, the ship returns, everyone's rejoicing. Well, while that happened, Enki and his loyal subjects, who soldiers that he had, all took off on another battleship, and they because of their weapon technology had evolved, they blasted a hole through the asteroid belt, and they got out of there to Earth, you know, because they'd already knew there was gold on our planet. So he decided he was going to race off to Earth, and he thought in his thinking, he could get a shipment of gold, come back, and they would forgive him and allow him to.
Well, let me ask you, like, if those, like, say that there was aliens or whatever, these hybrids on Earth, do you think, like, they got all wiped out during, like, the Ice Age and stuff?
No.
I mean,
No, look. So essentially, I don't disagree with you that there is these things, right? See, that's where it gets all misconstrued. I'm just trying to explain to you that the story, like the story is not the true story. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that the
that's the case
Sumerian
with
tablet
everything,
doesn't
right?
exist. I'm just saying they changed the translation. Even the King
No.
James Bible, right, which is the Bible I read, is corrupted. They changed it intentionally to
All of
take
them,
the
all
truth
of them
out
are.
of it. Right.
Yeah, but at least
But it
King
doesn't
James
mean
Bible moved on with
aliens.
the
You get what I'm
time.
saying?
They never were. They were species from other worlds.
It's
They
not
weren't
from
good.
another world, though. That's where you got the misinformation.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you reckon we're the only life in the universe?
No, what I'm trying to say is that, listen, you're a man of science. You believe in science, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't argue with hard evidence in science. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Einstein proposed an experiment called the dual slit experiment. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
All right. Upon the findings of the completion of the dual slit experiment, the findings were that the properties of the observed are determined by the observer.
Yeah. When you're
Yeah, well,
looking
that's
at it.
like history
But
is
how
written
do
by
you
the
know?
victors.
It's
No,
like when no,
not
no,
history is written by the victor. What it
no, but
literally means is that by the simple act of you observing
yeah, no,
something,
you got
you
it
are
wrong.
changing it.
That comment was wrong though, because they're assuming, and I understand what you're saying. When you're not looking at it, it did one thing, and when you look at it, it does something else. And I know that was scientifically proven that's happening. But
Right.
when you get that feeling someone's looking at you, and you look around, there's somebody staring at you,
Right.
right? You're putting out energy out of your eyeballs themselves, just
Mm-hmm.
like a camera does, like it uses an infrared beam to film.
Mm-hmm.
Your eyes are doing a similar thing. It's putting out a beams of energy that person's, that radiates out to you. You feel it. That's why you feel there's someone looking at you, because they are. And
Technically, everything about you is putting out beams and frequencies,
oh, hell
electrical
yeah,
signals.
yeah, yeah.
So yes, I
What?
never said that is not true.
Yeah, so it's not that
Even though the eyes are putting out the beam.
that experiment, right, could have actually changed because you're looking at it is interfering with the resonance
Yes.
or the frequency of that
Yes, that's
experiment.
exactly what I was saying. You didn't prove me wrong. You
Well,
proved me right, actually. I'm
yeah, I
saying
thought you
that
were
by
going
looking at it, he altered the photons, which means that by use of his eyes and his mind, he was able to alter reality.
I believe you can
Why? How?
will
Because I'm not familiar with this test that you're talking. This
So
experiment.
essentially, what you believe reality to be is essentially the most truest form of what reality ever will be. Because
So what
you are
see in your
okay.
eyes,
We are created in the image of the Creator, and what we do is we create our own reality that we exist within. All of our realities overlap into mutual space where we create together. But
So it's kind of like if 10 people witnessed an accident. 10 people would give you 10
What do
different
you
versions.
think? Why do you think there's so many people that practice Satanism and witchcraft if it would be fake? It's because it's not fake. It does work. It's why they require a lot of people to get together in a coven, get around in a circle, do all kinds of rituals to focus their energy and their minds in order to impose their will on this reality.
Right.
You understand that?
Yeah, I'm a bit on the fence on that stuff.
You could be on the fence on that stuff, but it came from the Sumerians. That's where it originated. So if you believe in the Sumerian text and that's what you're basing your beliefs on, you can't stand on those grounds and also at the same time say I don't believe in the occult, which stems from that civilization. They got the knowledge from their gods or the aliens or whatever you want to call them.
Sumerians talk about, or the Anunnaki, they talk about gene splicing and, nanotechnologies and all the science that we use today. But it wasn't witchcraft or...
No, I'm saying witchcraft is based on that.
You got to remember...
If you study witchcraft, the occult, Freemasons, the Illuminati, that all comes from the study of the knowledge of the fallen, which is what you believe is true. And I believe it to be true too. And you have to understand that, look, you're not no lesser of a man for realizing a better truth. It's okay to come to the black pill, bro.
No,
you
I'm
start
just
life
trying
off in the blue
I'm
pill.
just trying to...
You
so
know?
you're trying to say the Anunnaki... imagine reality and it made it happen. I mean, in your eyes, you think...
what I'm saying is that the creator has the most power, right, to create reality because he is the source of energy, right? With nothing in existence, in my beliefs, he has to create with something. With nothing but himself, what is he left with to create with as a building material? He must create with himself, right?
What are your thoughts about cymatics?
You're going to have to explain that. That's not a commonly used term.
It's something you really need to look into, right? Everything, as you know, everything has its own frequency, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything has resonant frequencies.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that.
Well, cymatics, right? They get different materials. Yeah, it might be salt, sand, different particles of different things. It might be flour and
you're talking about when you run a vibrational frequency through a matter that can, like
right. And
a non-Newtonian fluid, it turns into a shape, right?
Well,
geometric
patterns.
shapes.
It shows patterns in that, and they're the patterns
geometry.
we see. These are the patterns we see in these ancient sketchings and whatever. They're showing you these waveforms in those pictures.
Right. It's the same patterns that were used to create the Hebrew language, which the Bible's written in. You get what I'm saying?
If you think a bit further, right?
Each one of the Hebrew letters has a numerical value. That's why you can't corrupt the original text.
I'm not worried about none of it's original.
It's all based on vibrations that the Sumerians believed in. I'm trying to explain to you though.
So
the Sumerians didn't invent it. You understand?
They wrote the Bible.
They just wrote it. Yeah, bro. It's based on something that's based on something that's based on something, though. So I'm trying to say there's more to the story past the Sumerians.
It's a guide, mate. It was
before the Sumerians. What was before the Sumerians?
So where does Darwin's theory of evolution come in?
Created Sumerians.
Crack cocaine.
Darwin's theory of evolution, is that what you said?
Yeah, it comes from crack cocaine. That's where the theory comes from.
No, but they talk about the Big Bang Theory, right? Now, say everything like light itself, different light frequencies have their own different frequency and magnetic attraction. Same as particles and stuff in the air, like stardust. The smallest atom is everything in the universe is all made from the one same atom, just constructed differently to create diamond atoms or carbon or meat, wood, whatever. All of it's made of the same stardust. Right now, if that stardust gets exposed to different light frequencies and gets magnetized differently, next minute it's attracting other stardust to itself, and it's sticking together more and more, and then it forms because it gets exposed to some other frequency of light.
Are you
next
speaking from experience or like
no,
what is this based
this
on?
this is how life all begins, mate. You know,
How what are
I
you
mean,
basing
we're
it off of though?
witnessing because
Did
we're
I
you
think that
witnessing.
the real question though
We're
is if we're going
witnessing
to
it
talk about
happen.
atoms and
Okay,
molecules and stuff.
are we not watching planets being born?
What I'm saying is you
Right, but
studied shit
listen
on
though,
Earth, right? And then you're trying to relate that same science to something that
It's
happened at the
it's the
beginning of
same
time
thing.
before
It's
anything existed.
it's how it all starts, though.
But
Like
how are
it
you gonna
started
tell
off
me
with
it started?
frequency and light, right? That's
Right.
why they say in the Bible, you know, it all began with the Big Bang, you know, and yeah,
yeah, but
maybe
the real question is what makes that ghost in the machine? Like
Yeah, there's
what
no
makes
Big
all
Bang.
those,
by
all those
natural law.
atoms,
What I'm trying to explain to you is the Big Bang was when my creator decided to create this dimension and reality.
right,
That
I
was the
get
Big
you,
Bang.
but what
He
makes
said
the
he said
ghost
let
in the
it be.
machine?
Yeah, yeah, but that's how the Bible explains it. But
No, I don't really care
uh,
about the Bible. I'm just telling you how it went down. He just was like,
okay,
yo,
what
this
what
shit
do you?
exists now.
Like the pyramids, right? They were actually power generators. They used to actually absorb energy straight from the planet and beam out different frequencies.
Yeah,
There's ain't
it wasn't
there's
from the
ancient
planet. It was like static electricity from the
yeah.
currents that ran under the
Right, and it
pyramid
forms
and
No,
height.
space and it forms us, and that's the real question. Where does that
no,
ghost in the
shit, no.
You're
machine
talking
go?
about the direction of that was directed by the ley lines with the geometry to pyramid, but
I had
like
a
the
painting.
power came from the water currents under the river and they don't work
No,
anymore.
not at all. I had a
That's
painting,
why
right? I had a painting from Nikola Tesla that the scientist who was talking about it in this painting I had they'd proven it, right, that it actually worked. And what it was, Tesla apparently discovered this when he got taken to Egypt,
Mhm.
and they get intelligent people. They get taken to this special place in Egypt where most people will never see that it's apparently, I think they have people have leaked pictures of it recently, but it's apparently this room that's full of all these pillars with all these coloured text all over it, carvings, whatever. And people, it doesn't matter how aggressive a person you are when you go there, when you leave, every single person after they leave that place wants to save the world. They don't know why, they don't know what they interpreted from the text or anything, but they just get this feeling that they need to take care of things. And so that has this effect on them. But Nikola Tesla, he now people talk about this orgone generator, right? Anyway,
What is CERN? Have you guys heard of what Izzy says? So what's
CERN,
CERN's purpose?
it's an atom smasher. They're just smashing atoms, making them smaller and
It's
smaller to
it's
create
it's a little
other
bit more
particles.
intricate than an atom smasher, but I
Mhm.
mean, in your context of research, I would just say, yeah, that's a good enough assumption, right?
No, but
Well,
she's asking. So what is CERN's purpose?
they're
CERN's
trying to find the
purpose,
God particle, which they reckon they found, right? Which is
CERN,
this.
CERN's purpose was to develop technology that would enable inertial dampening, and in order to enable superconductivity at room temperature. They also had a few other patents that the U.S. Navy was working on in order to create these fake alien ships that they're gonna essentially fly around in the sky and use as a depopulation tool to kill off a large portion of the planet before they subsequently defeat their own fake alien invasion, and then they will claim superiority over the entire planet
They're
as a
doing it
one world
for
government under the guise
other.
of power.
No,
That's an
you'll see.
interesting theory.
You'll
It's
see.
a great
doing
theory.
they're doing it
Um,
for the other races that are coming here, mate, because they won't
yeah,
share their technologies until they
of
thin
course.
us out and put us under slavery.
Well, I'm gonna leave you guys with this. I'm a time traveler from the future, right? And if you don't believe me, then you shouldn't believe anything this guy says. Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye. See you.
Yeah.
Well, he's
All right.
interesting and pretty smart, huh?
Well, yes, no. As I say, you know, it's amazing how these young fellas can always know more than us old blokes. You know.
She said its purpose is to replicate the particle that initiated the Big Bang.
Yeah, what they're trying, they know that some of these other races have planet-destroying missiles that can actually wipe out planets and shit, and they're trying to create a better nuclear bomb. That's what they're really trying to do.
Oh, 2003. You know Grim?
Hey,
I didn't know you knew him. 2003. I think he says, "Are you still drinking your distilled water from that big jug?" How you doing, Grim? Huh. Said, "I can
Green,
just
yeah,
about believe in alternate universe, but alternate dimensions."
yeah. It's hard to say, because um, I mean, they say there's time travel and all that. There's and you know, uh, mm,
Well, who was that who said you can go back but not to the future? Wasn't that
me.
you or something?
Yeah, I was saying that I don't think you could go forward in time. Like we can't go forward in time from our world, but we could probably go back in
Right.
time. But
So then for him to say he's a time traveler from the future mustn't be
he
so
he
hard for
could
you to believe.
he could come back in time and tell us stuff. Yeah,
Right.
you
That
know,
mustn't be so hard for you to believe, if you believe
but
in that.
but you know, sending physical things back and forward in time or whatever. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, possibly. I mean, either even some of these grey aliens that claim they came from the future, and that's what I was talking about. The whistleblower was saying there's several different types of grey aliens from different worlds, but all the other ones from other worlds have got pointy type heads on the top, and the ones with the flat head like mine are supposed to be humans from the future that we've actually converted our DNA to end up looking like these grey aliens. And
Mm.
they state the reasons for it or whatever, something to do with diseases and combating all these different things.
As he
But
said, did anybody read Michael Moorcock's Beyond Behold the Man?
be behold the man. No, I don't think so.
Mm-mm. Welcome 2003, by the way.
Mm.
Well, I thought that guy was pretty interesting. He was pretty smart, you
I
know.
wanted to ask him what his thoughts were. He's still there. He just typed in, but I was just
He
wondering what
didn't
his
type
thoughts
in,
were.
did he?
Yeah. Oh, and that is. Oh no, he's not. No.
No, that's
Um,
2003.
I wanted to ask his thoughts on why he thinks the pyramids were built because they're everywhere in other planets as well, not just here on Earth. There's even
I
pyramids
think
on the.
my
There's
thought
even
of the
pyramids on the
pyramids is
moon.
that it was like a way for the Masons to say, "Oh, let's build, we'll build this to protect your gold and your treasures." And
Well,
then when they finally got into them, most of them were empty already, without any of the big rocks being moved or
yeah, but
anything.
that's not. They were never a tomb. They were power generators. A whole
Or look
lot
at
of
the
them.
monolith. Look at the obelisk. The freaking,
Yeah, like a tuning fork.
yeah,
There's
they
there's
work
old
like a
books.
modern day pylon.
There's old books that exist have pictures of the pyramids when they first discovered them, and they were just hand drawings of them, right? But they
Yeah.
drew them coming out, the tips coming out of the top of the sand dunes and that. And they had like big gold
Well, they
caps
could
over
be
them.
big sandcastles.
Well, they had these big caps over, gold caps on the tip of the pyramid, and they had these different types of aerials sticking up off them, right? And
Mm.
all that's gone now. Like someone's taken all that gold and, like all that. But even the ancient Egyptian people, who in some of those videos,
I think
uh,
Izzy is like in agreement with you for that because she said, isn't there supposed to be a Stargate somewhere and aren't they supposed to be alien beacons?
I've got a picture in my drawer here from a book from the 50s of where they dug out a Stargate, and it looks
What is a Stargate?
exactly, the movie Stargate,
No, I
right?
saw it, never saw it.
Haven't
She's
you?
been
Oh,
inside
it's
the Giza pyramid.
great series. They actually dug out. If you watch Stargate, it's about a big ring made of a stone that doesn't exist on Earth here. That they stand up and they punch these codes into the control panel of it, and it locks in these coordinates, and then next minute this light appears in the middle of it, and then you walk through it and come out on another planet somewhere else. You know,
That could be
and
like Stonehenge, couldn't it?
yeah, well, Stargate also shows like this big pyramid shaped UFO that lands on top of the pyramid, and they're like a landing pad. And if you understand how UFOs work, it's sort of a possible theory because UFOs, when they take off, you notice UFOs, they're always, except for
One by water?
the modern ones.
No, what did you say? That when I take, I didn't hear that word you just said.
Who? Where? What?
Your blows?
Hmm?
You said when my blows take off?
When UFOs.
Oh, UFOs. I thought you
Yeah,
said
yeah.
your blows. I'm like, my blows? What the hell are they?
No, UFOs. And
Oh,
the
okay.
earlier film footage of UFOs taken off from the ground, they always take off slow, and then they get up in the air, and next minute they're bouncing around, and they boom, take off like light speed. And that's because when they're on the ground, they're earthed out, and because they're creating a magnetic bubble just like the Earth. They're creating this plasma magnetic field around the ship. It's got a north and south pole, just like the Earth does, and it's like a bubble that's floating around inside our atmosphere. And so when they take off the ground, the bottom's earthed out, so they can only turn the top half of the ship on, and that's the positive side. And that sucks the air, it makes like a vacuum in the atmosphere above it, and it sucks the ship up off the ground slowly. And once it gets 6 meters up in the air, it can turn the bottom section on, which creates the magnetic bubble around it. And that's when it gets its full anti-gravity thing, and they can shoot off anywhere.
Izzy's
But
been to the Giza pyramid.
nah, I haven't been to Egypt or out of Australia, really.
Izzy has. Izzy's been there. Have
Oh,
you ever met Izzy, by the way, Spaceman?
not sure. I don't think so.
She's from Scotland. I dropped the link in case she wants to come up.
Oh, black holes. What are black holes?
What do you mean, what are black holes?
She's saying, I don't know what are black holes.
She said, what I don't understand are black holes, but I mean, black holes are like, they go like wormholes, and
it's like two galaxies merging together and creating a vacuum, like you see, when a sink's draining and you get that hole in the middle, that where there's no water.
yeah,
sort
right.
of
Like that's
similar process, but in a magnetic field sense.
She can't come up. She's got her grandson.
But to me, right now, because I believe, and I'm very certain that pyramids actually produced energy, right? And they always pointing at stars. So what my belief is that, and they were made for multiple purposes too. Like you think about it, if you've got races of people coming from other worlds, their bodies won't function on our world because their resonance from their world is different from ours. Just like us, if like when we go and live out in space too long, that's why they can't be out there too long, because their body breaks down. It can't function, and they're still in our magnetic field, really, but they still aren't attached to the Earth and getting full resonance of that energy, the electrical charge running through them, right? So when your body's not getting that energy, the right frequencies, your chemical biological factory can't operate and break down those foods into the right chemicals it needs, and things like that and so everything starts to break down. And so if we were to go to Mars, they'll find that out when people go to Mars, that they're going to get sick, and it's going to take time for people to climatize, and they might have children if they.
When you're climbing Mount Everest, you have to.
Yeah. But we're still on Earth. I mean, I'm talking about physically getting real bad health issues, and when they go to Mars, they'll get health issues as well. But if they have children on Mars, the children should be okay, because they're born in that resonant frequency, so their body will learn to cope with that frequency of that planet. And so if this is we know this is fact, right? So if we've got aliens coming from another world, it would make sense to them, to me, that they would build power generators that were producing frequencies of their home world, that so they could live here without being ill, without getting sick. They could even take it a step further, and like the ancient Egyptians would say, the pyramid that's got the double taper on it, they claim that was a medical pyramid. It was used for healing, and that double shape is so that it can produce multiple frequencies out of the earth. But yeah, and this thing he was saying about the water running on it, that's another theory someone had talked about a while ago. But in this paint Nikola Tesla had, that he said he discovered from the pyramids are made in several layers of different minerals. And when you put these minerals together in the right order, um, and you, like this box, this orgon generator Tesla built, he already had built a motor that was an electric motor and a generator at the same time. So um, it was all built into this one motor. Well, when these scientists tested this theory out, Tesla had designed in his patent, it was just this wooden box, and it had, like as I said, about 6 different minerals or 7 different mineral layers in it. And at each end, it had these metal rods sticking out, 2 rods at each end, and a sheet of gold. It had to have a sheet of gold on the top of it, which the pyramids had, right? Now, this sheet of gold, he said, didn't matter how thick it was, it could be, it's as long as it was a sheet covering the top of these minerals. And he had 2 of the rods at one end of this box that were hooked up to the electric motor so they could see if they could produce power or not. And then at the other 2 rods at the other end, they just had cables on them that with 2 metal rods that you just pushed into the dirt. And once you push those 2 rods into the dirt, this box automatically absorbed the static electric charge out of the earth and souped it up through these minerals and put out this power, right, that ran the electric generator. But the thing was, this type of energy, because it's naturally in the earth and that, it's safe for humans, even though this energy was super, they reckon it was 20,000 times stronger than the power source we use today.
I
But
can put a light bulb in my mouth and it lights up.
yeah,
No,
there's something wrong there. Too much radiation. but seriously,
I glow in the dark too.
so he developed this. He developed this technology. These are one of the. I bought this patents, a group of patents from this underground publisher in Melbourne, and that was one of the patents. And a sad thing was, though, a mate of mine asked me if he could borrow it to let his dad read because his dad was into Tesla. And me being young and stupid, I just, oh yeah, no worries. I gave it to him to read, and I sort of forgot about it for a little bit of time. But then I remembered, I thought, oh, where's that bloody painting I gave you for your dad to read? And he said, oh, I'll get it back for you. Well, his dad reckoned it got chucked out by his wife. He doesn't know where it was, which really pissed me off, because it was a real technology that would have given the earth free energy, and straight out of the earth. And anyway, so say the pyramids are generators and they're putting out this energy field. I believe that they also worked as a form of balancing system. Yeah, just like we put lead weights on a wheel to take the vibration out of it. I think they put pyramids in different parts of the earth and were beaming energy towards certain stars and that, so that it had an attraction. So when the earth spun at certain angles and that it would be pulled towards that planet or whatever. It keeps it in an alignment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what they mean about when they came to the earth and created the heavens and the stars and all that business. They created a flywheel, a balancing system for the planet so that we could have tides and steady weather streams and all that business, to support life.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep, Spaceman. I'm tired.
Okay, no worries.
All right, so let's do the countdown.
All right,
here we go. Thank you guys for stopping in, by the way, everybody in the chat.
Sorry if I bored you all.
No, you didn't bore it. You don't bore me.
I talk too much sometimes.
Oh, it's all right. You're getting better.
I'm trying. uh,
You're just a wealth of knowledge. That's what it is. You got to get it out.
yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah.
So
Oh
I
well,
let you get it
it's
out.
things that I've learned over the years, and I think it's worth
I think,
hearing.
like we all, but I kind of agree with what he said when he said if you think you know, then you don't know because then you stop wanting to know. I'm not talking
Yeah.
about
Oh
I'm
yeah.
directing
Yeah.
it
That's
at you. I'm
right.
just saying as a
Yeah. Yeah.
phrase. You know?
Never stop researching.
Yeah, I always research and research and research, but then it's like going down a rabbit hole.
Mm.
You know,
I've been there where he is before. You know what I mean? I've pondered the reality of things. The
but like
Matrix.
according to you, you said that you felt like time travel is real and you can go back in time. So
Well,
we really can't
well, this
debate that maybe he might be. We don't know.
well because of that story I told you about where that guy got a visit by aliens, got told to stare at those symbols while he was in the astral plane, and it would take him back in time
Yeah,
to when they lived on Earth amongst us, right? Well,
right. But what I'm saying is
but
he
that's
could
only in the
be.
mind. You know what I mean? That's because
Yeah,
it's in these minds taking him back in time to see those things. But is he actually going back in time to see that? But I don't think so. I think it's actually those symbols awaken certain DNA code in our
things
body.
inside you. Yeah, right, right.
Right, and it wakens up certain DNA code in our body, gives us access to it. You know what I mean? By
Hmm.
focusing on that symbol, because
Like
everything,
opening up another part of your mind. Yeah.
all knowledge is in the astral plane, like I was saying earlier, right? So you can link up to anything and find out anything you want to know, and it virtually just shows you the answer as soon as you ask it, if you're in tune with it. So. I think seeing those symbols, thinking like, what's this symbol? What's this symbol? And maybe it takes you back to who created it, and that's how you see back in time, like because when they first turned that symbol or
Or maybe
whatever.
somebody's reincarnated and they recognize them and then suddenly,
I don't believe. Well, see, I don't believe in reincarnation either because I believe, like this aliens were telling this
all
bloke,
right, well, okay, but let me just interrupt you here because listen,
okay, next time.
my sister said to me, do you remember when you were like 2 or 3 years old, like 3 years old? Um, she
Mm.
said, and you said, and we asked you who your imaginary friend was, and I said Stalin. And then she said, and I told them detailed stories of living in a Russian village
Mm.
and I was 3 years old. I didn't know anything
Yeah,
about
I've had
that.
deja vu like that.
No,
Yeah,
not
go on.
deja vu. I was 3.
Yeah, yeah, but you knew where you were, everything around you, like you'd been
But I
there
didn't
before.
wasn't in a Russian village. I wasn't in a I didn't know anything about
No, but it
Stalin.
felt real to you, though, didn't it?
No, I don't even remember it. My sister Carol is the one who said, "Oh, it was so weird." She said, "You gave us details. You get, talking about Stalin and
Yeah,
him,
yeah.
you know."
Well,
But I
but
didn't
see,
know
that's
any of that, so it
the
wasn't
same.
something that seemed real to me. I didn't know anything about it.
Okay, but if you got your ancestry checked out, and you would probably find that there was someone, one of your ancestors possibly that did. And
Like,
I think,
but no, 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 no. I didn't grow up with any of that. I was 3. I didn't
well,
grow up with, like my
no, no,
father
not
tried to.
you, not you. It could have been an ancestor from like fifth generation of your DNA being created. See, I
Wait, so
think,
you're saying that my DNA was remembering it?
yeah, yeah. See, I think where
Could be because my
this
father is Russian Jew. It could
because
be. But what I'm saying is
because well
that would
because of
still mean that we're kind of like reincarnation. Like, but you're
well,
not.
this is
You just have
well
the same soul in you.
like people when they believe they're been they were born once before, like they lived once before, they remember another past life, right? That's because I believe the DNA code itself, our DNA,
Yeah,
like
we're the same.
right.
We're the
Well,
same.
they can trace your DNA back to your very first creation. When
Right,
your
exactly. It's the
bloodline
same
was first
DNA. It never
started.
changes. Your
Yeah,
your
right.
energy, your electrical energy
Well,
makes up your
it's
soul.
it's your unique part of
Yeah.
you, right? But
Right.
I
Exactly.
think what's happening is, right, these people who claim they remember a past life is that, like this guy, this alien was telling him, think of these symbols in your astral plane, right? And it would take you back to that time. I think these people who believe they lived before or whatever, right? What's happening there is that their DNA, I think all our history is in there. It's all
Well, that could
recorded,
be
right?
correct. I'm just saying it's pretty amazing that I was 3 years old giving details like
Oh yeah, yeah.
that.
But
I wasn't like,
and
an
speak
adult
some
doing it. I was
people.
a 3-year-old,
Some people can speak other languages that they've never been taught and things like
Right,
that, right?
exactly.
And
Yeah.
I'm thinking what my thoughts are, though, is that because they can access their past history through the astral travel or whatever, I think
Yeah.
people's DNA, like sometimes a
Imprinted on your
person's,
DNA.
well, it's an encryption. I think your DNA is an encryption of the history of your ancestors, right? So like when you have a child, right, your daughter's DNA is slightly different from yours, and that's
Mhm.
because she's writing her own DNA history,
Right.
right?
Hmm.
And it's under a different code, just like a
Yeah, I
computer
get you. We
code.
all are individuals. But I gotta go to
What?
sleep. I gotta sleep.
All right, well, we'll talk about it next time.
Yes, please.
All right,
All
all right,
right. So count down with me. Here we
okay.
go. 5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Peace,
Love
love,
you,
and tacos.
spaceman. Peace,
Love you
love, and
too, man.
tacos.
Take care.
Goodbye, everyone. See you,
Bye.
spaceman. Thank
Bye
you for
bye.
coming up. I appreciate it.
I love
Bye.
it. You know
Love
it.
you. Bye.
Bye.
I know. Love you. Love you anyway. No, sir.
Yeah, I love you too, mate.
All
Love you
right. Have
all.
a good day.
Bye bye.